And here, with his bird's eye view and a brain to match, is Mr. Know-It-All.
Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where and when you're watching this broadcast. I'm Thomas Fessler, my friends, and this is Disclosure Tonight. Happy Sunday. It's that day of the week, down to the hour, minute, and second, that we usually don't have a broadcast. But as I've always said, as the news happens and things come to light, we're going to fire up Disclosure Tonight to talk about those things the government won't. To talk about those things from science fiction. And yet to talk about those things, well, you know, from the X-Files. What things are we talking about? We're talking about the things that you can go outside and see at night, but you just need to go out and look up. My goodness, yes. We're talking about, what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about good old-fashioned UFOs, and we still call them that on Disclosure Tonight for a damn good reason, because there's a word for it in every single language around the world throughout perpetuity. Who knew? So as the government continues their 75-year cover-up on their war against the extraterrestrial presence, how do we know? Well, take a look, everybody. It's all military. It's all military sensors. None of it's from science. None of it's about first contact. All it is about the first contact they can get to rip the dead bodies out of the crap they brought down and take the DNA to figure out for who knows what purpose, to take the technology and to use it for their weapons of mass destruction. It's a sad sight. That's why we come together here many nights on Disclosure Tonight to bring you the latest disclosure, the latest information, and tonight is like no other. Tonight, we're going to be covering in a delay fashion a groundbreaking interview between whistleblower David Grush and Ross Coulthart that is set to blow the minds of even those idiots in the White House and those bozos in the DOD who've been covering this stuff up. This isn't going to be a shock to them because they know about it. They've been keeping it from the American public. We're not going to take that. That's why we all come together for another episode of Disclosure Tonight. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the show. Good to have everybody here, to say the absolute least. Let me admit some more people in the back. All right, let's get things started. Yeah, didn't think we were going to have this today, but we'll get there shortly. Christian, please put yourself on mute. Please, Christian, please put yourself on mute. I'm going to take... All right, I just muted out the back. All right, muted. All right, the party has started. Let's get things started. Some people are joining in the back, and it's a little ruckus, and I've already muted out the back, so nobody can hear from them in the back right now. I've got that button to go ahead and just slide them down. They'll have to get reminded me shortly to get them up and going, but in the meantime, let's see who in the heck we still have out there. In the meantime, I guess there's a super chat. I heard that little ding coming from Larry before that I can still hear, actually. Let's see who we got. Oh, would you look at that? Stoned Ape throwing up a super chat to start off the show tonight. Holy cow, thank you very much. We appreciate that super chat. Today, Stoned Ape is starting off the super chat Disclosure Tonight. Thank you very much, Stoned Ape, because every dollar that comes into Disclosure Tonight goes back into the production of this show. We are so gracious and so humbled by your support. Thank you very much, Stoned Ape, for setting this off tonight. And remember, if you want to get Stoned Ape's autograph, you can reach her on the back left side of the studio, as you are leaving the facility. Thank you for coming in today, everybody. On that note, let's go ahead and see who the heck we have out there in the audience. The audience is huge right now because everyone wants to hear about this, and I understand we'll cause some poo-poos out there. Any news on Backyard Alien? Well, maybe another day, because today we're focusing on good old David Grush. We can talk about it if we have time. Raven Cree Charms is here. Mammy's around. Patch UK. Welcome, my friends. Good to see everybody tonight. DC is here. Welcome, DC. Thor Panku, all the way from Quebec, Canada. Great state of Canada. Holy cow. Welcome to have you here. Who else is out there? Bugsy Boy is here. Welcome, Bugsy Boy. Where's the Millennium P36 and Space Modulator? Yes, I do have a Marvin the Martian coffee cup. Actually, a couple of them. Have to bring one out one of these days. Cable Guy is around. Good to see you, Cable Guy. Holy cow. Thank you very much for coming out today. Yellow Tommy Tanker, also known as Andy. He is in the chat and he's in the back. Can't wait to see what he brings to this conversation today. Remember, anyone who wants to be part of the panel in the back, there's always a link at the top Don't be afraid to join. We're a nice group of people just as much as the chat is. Remember, always simple rules. Respect, if you're in the chat, respect the other people who are in the chat. 2, respect the people who are on the panel. And 3, respect the host of the show. Kind of easy rules, and if you're going to go outside of that, I may just have to, someone may usher you out. It's just politeness and courtesy, because you know what? We're bringing together a lot of people with different thoughts, different perceptions on it, but there's some one thing that brings us all together, and we need to focus on that one thing, which is the government cover-up, the government misinformation and disinformation. They're the ones who's caused this fracture going on in ufology. So remember that. Who cares what political people they like or don't like, or whether they like Greer or they like Lou? You know, we all want to come together on this, because a lot of reason why we're hearing this bogus Tier B3 bullshit and a bunch of other stuff that's out there is because of the spin people have been able to put on it to monetize. Oh yeah, $5,000. Come out and have a nice wedge salad with me to go ahead and talk about Disclosure. No, we don't charge anything here at Disclosure tonight. Our show is absolutely free. The only thing, if you want to go ahead and chat, you have to be a subscriber. And what does that cost? Absolutely nothing. That's why if you get a chance, you're going to have a good time, hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you a subscriber. And always remember, if you're having a good time, please reach down and give us a thumbs up. But if you're not happy and giving us a thumbs down, at least tell us what to do in the comments. We do read them. And we do get about 5 or 6 sour grapes an episode. Same people, but no negative comments. So I think it's, hello, Tim. Mr. Dust. Hello. Who else do we have out there? Who loves us so much? Oh, yeah. Hello, Lou Jimenez. Good to see you, buddy. Love that thumbs down. Glad to see that your finger still works. I don't know who gives me the thumbs down, Larry, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just call out the obvious ones, because apparently he does watch the show. So, Love you, man. Seriously, big hug. From a big guy to another big guy, big hug for you, because you deserve it. He could. I think everyone could use giving frickin' Lou Jimenez a hug. He deserves one. Maybe we can turn that frown and upside down and turn it into a smile. Syrup is here. He's in the back and he's in the chat as well. Love you too, Larry. They can hear you now. So I've turned up the back since the chatter is cooled down a bit. Thor Panku is out there. Danny Mardiat. Danny Mardiat, welcome. Thank you for coming from New Mexico. New part of the country. Wonderful. Raven Creek Charms is around here. Gray Troll is here. Welcome, Gray Troll. Good to see you, Zuzi. Mammy is here. To unblock, go to your profile, then manage your Google account, then people and sharing, and that's where the block list is, yes. Or in YouTube channel, that's where the person, yeah, I guess it's the settings. Same kind of a thing. Only a few have made it to that list of people who are actually blocked from the show. Just be nice, that's all. And I'll let my skin get a little bit thicker as well. Would you look at that? Firefly is here. Holy cow, would you look at that? Firefly is here. Well, would you look at this? Not only is Kazoo there. Hey, Kazoo. Hey, Kazoo, how you doing? Can you tell us about... Oh, really? I had no idea. Oh, you are Bijou. Okay. But they just took you and used your character out of license. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Kazoo. Hopefully we'll get some more insight from you later on. How about that? You can be in 2 places at the same time. Who else do we have out there? Yeah, I got Kazoo ready. I had to. Those weren't the time to get ready to create the asset and bring it in and rig it on all the different assets, because we have to get there. Syrup is here. Welcome, Syrup. He's in the back and he's in the chat as well. Who else is out there? Let's take a look. Mick is here. Welcome, Mick. Welcome to the show. Good to have you here today. Who else is out there? Brian Morgan. Happy Sunday to you. Good morning to you. It works if you know German. Guten Morgen. Yeah, I guess that's good morning. Rachel Smith. Welcome, Rachel. Happy frickin' Sunday to you. Who else do we have out there? Let's take a look as we get through this. All the way from the land down under, it's Electra RC, also known as Zach. Hopefully everything is holding up for you well these days, Zach. We all go through a lot of stuff, and we're always here for you. Absolutely. Who else do we have out there? PC. So here we are again, my friends. Hello. Did she make a mess? All right. You want to bring her here for me? All right. Luke came down and gave me a look. Cupcake is stuck in the laundry room going back and forth. And it's like, well, yeah, she does that sometimes. it's better than spinning in the laundry room than spinning out in the yard where she falls over and can't get up, and then I have to run and clean up the mud and give her a bath. It's one of those things. Who else do we have out there in the audience? Let's take a look and see. Marcus Mandel is here. Oh, and here's Cupcake. Almost got Luke in. There you go. Hello, Cupcake. How you doing, girl? Want to say hello to everybody in the show? Yeah. You tired already? Okay. Let's try you on your bed and see if you chill out for a bit. I will pay the price later on tonight if she takes too much naps in the day, but she's tired. I picked her up. She didn't start whining and stuff. I can hear the cooing in her noise, in her voice, basically saying, yes, I am tired. Who is there? Would you look at that? We already know. Hi, Andy. Hi, everyone. Hi, Larry. Welcome to the show. Larry's in the chat, and he's also in the back as well. Who else is out there? DC is here. Welcome, DC. Wow, there's a lot of people, a lot of chat conversations. I'm just going to try and get through this as quickly as I am. Avi M, Guys, is Thomas live streaming it? Oh, well, I will be live streaming with about a 10-minute delay just so we can get past any copyright issues. We can go ahead and show the news whenever we want. It's one of those things. Bugsy Boy, love that cartoon, so we'll say it again. Who else is out there? Brian Morgan, I welcomed you. A lot of people with the same conversations. Niles Guy is here. Brian, he tried to claim credit with Grush. Oh, yeah, you're talking about... Oh,
Greer.
Oh, yes, Greer. Thank you for reminding me, Kazoo. I appreciate that. Eddie Rodriguez is here. Welcome, Eddie. But I guess we got a couple more. Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. Yeah, there's a bunch of super chats that just kind of popped up there. There we go. Firefly. It's all happening, by the way. I Span Sam. Thank you very much. Larry Gurnt. Thomas, thank you. Thank you very much, Larry. Appreciate that as well. Ramsey A, what up, Thomas? We need Rick Doty back on. Rick, if you're out there, feel free to join the conversation, but he does have a life, and he does have a lot of busy stuff. We are so glad that we can get him out here for the time that he does donate to the show and to the audience. W. Decker, I couldn't afford $6,000, so just move the decimal over 2 places. Congrats on hitting 6K, Thomas. Thank you. Hey, it is 6,000, yes. Believe it or not, we finally hit 6,000 subs. That doesn't mean to stop subscribing. If you're new to the show, please reach over and hit that subscribe button. We'd like to have you as a regular subscriber here in Disclosure tonight. We got one of the best, the only daily UFO live show, which is 5-6 days a week. This week is 7 days a week because there's so much going. Yes, Eddie HS, thank you very much for that 5-pounder super chat. Thank you very much. Try again. Well, we'll get there hopefully one day or the other. We're going to keep on trying. We're never going to give up, and I'm going to have to see if we can get Dave on here one of these days. I think that would be a good thing. Yeah. Who else do we have out there? Let's take a look and see. Digger Dog is around. Yeah, Digger Dog, good to see you. Where is Bones? Is Bones out there? Hopefully he'll be out here today. Irish Prick is around. I wish Ross would just hit us with all the info at once. I know, but, there's a lot of good stuff coming out today, and it's just, we're getting beyond that drip. We're actually getting a good flow of information. Brian Morgan, you know how that goes. Who else is out there? 808 Roadkill and Roger Stanovic. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the show. Good to see you here. Nicholas is around. Tin Man 105 is also here. Emerson Mueller. Welcome, Mueller. Bueller, anyone? Good to see you. Say admit all. Admit. There we go. Who else do we have out there? Rachel Smith is here, all the way from across the pond. Let's just scroll down. Brian Munch. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you. Happy Sunday to everybody out there. It is still Sunday everywhere yet, for the most part. Not everywhere, but a lot of places. Shelly Montgomery is here. Hi, Sully. How you doing, my girl? Always thinking about you. I've got a reminder here right on my desk. Jason Parker's around. Holy cow. Owen from Ohio is floating in. Welcome, Owen. Good to see you as always. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Disclosure Day. We got a lot of Disclosure Days coming up. I am just so tickled pink about where we're going with Disclosure. Spiffy and Buddy are here. Welcome, you two. It was great having you on the show. Coming in last night, absolutely wonderful. Love seeing you and your little puppies. Feel free to join us in the back again. It was wonderful having you there. God, we're about halfway through. Sully's here. Got that. Brian Morgan. A lot of great conversation. That's a great thing about the chat. It's like hanging out with family, hanging out with friends. It's such a great community. I am so just happy about how everybody comes together. Syrup is here. He is in the chat, and he's in the back, although with a different picture. Good to see Syrup, absolutely. Good, always better to take a downward angle picture versus an upward angle picture. You'll understand that when you get old. Bill H is here all the way. Oh, that's right. I've got a special beer for this episode. Bill H is here all the way from our Discord site. You may want to share a link to that. He may be picking up some additional viewers, additional Discorders on the site. Zen Harper is around. Welcome, Zen. Glad to have you around. Let's get through this. God, only halfway through it. Terry Bradford, Ian Hernandez, welcome you too. Good to see. Anonymous Rex is here. Yes. Congratulations, Disclosure, tonight on reaching 6,000 subscribers. Thomas, you deserve a lot of credit for your hard work in reporting on the topic of UFOs. Yeah, it's something I do on a regular basis, and I'm here not to make the big bucks. I'm here to go ahead and cover expenses and have a great time getting there. Yes, Swan?
News Nation already started kind of covering it.
Okay, well, we'll get to that shortly. Well, it's on pause. They started doing a pre-show on it?
Yeah.
Okay, the DVR is on pause. We'll be able to skip forward in a couple seconds as soon as we get there. Amiga Rules is around. Bill H is here. Who else is out there? Charles Kerr. Fermi's Paradise Box 1. Welcome, my friends. Sayla Meb. Good to see you, Sayla. Eli McGinnis is around. Welcome, my friends. Avi M is here. Welcome, Avi. As always, good to see you. I'm trying to get through this. What is it, Cuppy? Want to get up? Come on. There you go, girl. That way. There you go, good girl. All right, who else we have out there? Delete is here. Welcome, Delete. Good to see you. Don't delete me, please. Zen Harper's around. Stoned Ape is here. That's right, you started off Super Chats today. I saw Truthertainment is around. Who else we have out there? Johnny Darko is here. Anybody else? Oh, let's take a look and see. Andrew Waderna, welcome back, my friends. Zen Harper's around. Mark Coates, welcome. Darja Majelik, good to see you. David Wartsky is here. The audience. Builds Mammy's around. Arnie S, hey already. Dentley Girl, good to see you. I-Span Sam, I welcomed you before. We're about 3/4 of the way through this. I may have skipped something. John Haney, welcome. Mr. Haney. Alex Frag is here as well. We've got Desert Raven 666702 from the great state of Nevada. Good to see you, my friend. What's wrong, puppy? You want to go back out? No? Want to be picked up for a little bit? Okay. I'll hold you for a little bit, although she's probably not going to like that. Brian Beck is here. Chris Williams, my friend, thank you for coming in today. Well. I have to say it well. Fry my nipples. Happy to see you, Eddie Fong. Who else is out there? Cable Guy is here. Guess who? Everybody. It's okay, Cuppy. The Guess Who is here. Wow, 6,000 already. I know it's been a long trek, but we don't buy subs here at Disclosure tonight, just saying. David Wartsky, good to see you. Leo Coach, good to see you, Leo. Really? Okay, hold on. There you go, Cupcake. She didn't realize, she wants to go out and have some fun outside. I don't blame her. Entitled Humans. Well, welcome, Razmataz. Your name gets longer and changes all the time. I'm just going to call you Raz. Freedom Creek is here. Mr. Catfish, 2100, Yerp. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Who else is out there? Rachel Smith, I guess we got you before. Nope. Super Crazy Movie Geek. The Pentagon is calling in sick tomorrow. Yeah, Johnny Darko, you know what they're going to be doing. They're going to be trying to figure out how we're going to get out of this one. They've caught on to our lies. We're not going to be able to distract them anymore. Charles Kerr, good to see you. Just Phil is here. Arrows Andy. Lex Diaz. Wow. Robert Lamke, good to see you, Robert. Joe Tolley is here. Welcome, my friend. Ramsey A is here. Oh, Ramsey, good to see you, Ramsey. Who else is out there? Arrows Andy. Gently. Where did that go? Well, I missed that one, but that's okay. Digger Dog, of course. Roger, welcome, Roger. Happy frickin' Sunday to you. DJ is around. Are you going to be streaming the interview? Oh, yeah, we'll be streaming it with a short delay, so we're not going to get in trouble. Derek Cooper is here. Steve Sanders, salutations. Welcome, my friend. Who else is out there? Taz R, hello from Manchester. Welcome from Manchester, my friend. A lot of people. Matt Feinberg from all over the world. Charles Kerr, holy cow. Emerson Mueller. A lot of great new people in the conversation today. George Sanquia, just people who have not been around that often. Matt Feinberg, welcome, Matt. Happy Sunday to you. Ian Watts is also here. Was right underneath. There you go. Official. Hello from Australia, Ian Watts. The Observer is here. Welcome, my friend. 3/4 and 8 7/8 of the way through this. Jan is here. Not quite in the middle, but welcome, Jan. Robbie Rain. Welcome, Robbie. Zen Harper. Wow, great people. We've got George Sanqui. Welcome, George. Who else do we have out there? Anybody else that I missed? Buddy, nope. Got that. Just trying. I always love welcoming the people, no matter. Tim Othman. Welcome, sir. Amiga Rules finally made it. Where is the Mac Geek? If the Amiga Rules is here, we need to have our Mac Geek here, too. Adorfa Von Heimer. Welcome, Adorfa. Good to see you, Mammy, as always. Any Ack, our producer in the back. Who did you block, Thor? I don't know, but we'll figure it out. You'll have to figure that one out. We'll get there one way or the other. Craig T Music. Welcome, Craig. Stargazer 46 and 2. And by the way, if he blocked it, it's only blocking it for his own channel. I mean, his own view, not for ours. Anybody else? Aubrey McLeod. Welcome, Aubrey. Good to see you again. Stargazer 46 and 2. Welcome, my friend. Who else do we have out there that I've missed? We're almost near the end. John Music, another $10 coming in. Thank you very much, John Music. We'll get to all those super chats to see where we're at. And on that note, J. Martin G. They have a full lineup after the interview, and we've got a full lineup before the interview, Doug. On that note, let's go ahead and close down the viewer, our viewer welcome, and let's get back to, we have 2 more super chats. We want to thank one coming in from Eddie Fong. Greetings and congrats from Australia on hitting 6,000 subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, sir. And of course, back to John Music again. Thank you, John, for that love and that super chat. Holy cow, what a great start to this day it is today. Happy 6,000 sub day from Disclosure tonight. We finally made it. On that note, it's time to go ahead and flip over and welcome the people we've got in the back who are here to hang out with us today. Let's go ahead and see who the heck we've got back there. Oh, Larry's feeling a little red today.
I just got here. I mean, I just got back to my desk, and the camera is still adjusting itself.
Automatic white balance versus manual. What was that, Kazoo? Oh, yeah. Just Larry. Thank you for coming here, Larry. Looking forward to this today. Also in the back, we've got Andy W., also known as Yellow Tommy Tanker. How you doing, Andy?
Hey, Thomas, hot and steamy, mate, and it's only here in my house.
Oh, there you go.
It's rather warm today.
Oh, yeah. But it's going to be cooling down. I looked at the weather coming in the next couple days. It should be getting nicer over the next several days. Should be getting some thunderstorms today, I think, as well. About 50% chance.
Yeah, we were supposed to, but they've not occurred, so yeah.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we'll hear some good thunder today from this interview.
Oh, yeah. There's always a place for good thunder here. Absolutely. Also in the back, we've got... I can't even see that. Chris Aiken. Welcome, Chris. How you doing today? Moving on from Chris, we've got LM. Welcome, LM. Are you ready for this?
Hey, I was away from my phone. Excuse me.
Chris, welcome, Chris. Good to see you here today. You ready for the interview?
Yeah, I've been hyped up for it for a couple days now.
Oh, yeah. I've been hyped up on this for over a year.
What time does it come on?
We'll be starting this up in about 35 minutes, give or take. It starts at 6 p.m. Eastern, but we're going to have to show it on a delay because it is cable television. You can't rebroadcast it live, even if you're covering news.
You meant 6 p.m. Pacific.
6 p.m. Pacific, yes.
Oh, 6 p.m. Pacific. Okay.
Absolutely. Cool. Also in the back, we've got LM Lee. Welcome, my friend.
Hey, Thomas. I'm excited.
Yes. Also, we got RDF Chris. Welcome, RDF.
Hey, Thomas. I'm really looking forward to this, actually.
Oh, I think we all are. Definitely. Sawan Patel. Thank you for coming in today, Sawan. How you doing?
Hey, Thomas. Looking forward to this. Really excited.
Oh, I think we all
of our intelligence planes and our ships that regularly.
Uh-oh. All right, let's get beyond that. Uh-oh. White House confirms Chinese spy base in Cuba. Uh-oh. Sounds like it's the missile crisis again.
Whoa. They said that wasn't true.
The Chinese?
2 days ago, they were saying, 2 days ago on the news, they were like, no, that's not true. That's just, that's not accurate, is what they were like. That's not quite accurate.
Who was saying that, the White House or the Chinese?
I'm not certain. It was on one of the crawls, the crawls that go across the screen on the news. Yeah.
Interesting to say the least. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. Also in the back, we've got Larry Gurnt. Actually, we already welcome you, Larry. RDF Chris. Welcome, Chris. How you doing?
I'm still doing good, Thomas.
Okay, sorry. I just got pulled back into someone jumping in. Also, we've got in the back. Remember, in the back, always be courteous. Raise your hand before you start jumping in. All right, let's get into this. Syrup is here. Welcome, Syrup. Still pouring good?
Look forward to this interview, man. I'm pumped.
Oh, yeah. Tamisha. Welcome, Tamisha. Good to see you again, my fair lady.
Good to see you. I'm kind of going to be hanging back. I got my niece and my nephew here today.
Oh, there you go. Oh, do me a favor. Warn Patrick we started. Could you do that for me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I was supposed to warn him, but I didn't.
Congratulations, Thomas. I am so happy for you, and I will continue to share.
That's the only way we're going to get there. Remember to share links to the show, links to the ask your friends and family to subscribe. It's the only way we're going to get our next goal is 7,000 eventually. It's a long ways off, but you never know how quickly that's going to happen. Also, that leaves the best for last, or I should say West for last. West Decker, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. For those who know me, I'm a huge sports fan, and that's why tonight feels to me like the Super Bowl. The bases are loaded. People are skating towards the puck, and we're about to score a TKO. Yay, sports.
Oh, I love your sense of humor, West. Absolutely. Thank you for going ahead and sharing that with us. All right. On that note, I guess we could jump across to the big board and kind of see where we're at. And I know, we got Wonderful News Nation behind us. We can go ahead and see. You said they started covering this already, so on. There we go.
Representative at a high. A bit
okay, so here we go. Let's go back and be able to play this out, and let's play some audio, see what's checking out right now.
Of believers and skeptics immediately after. That's at
make sure that's going. Yeah, we're good.
10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central. Well, still ahead on our next hour of Prime, we are speaking to the daughter of a woman kidnapped in Mexico.
No. It's just a teaser of what's coming. They're not really covering anything until this starts up. Well, there we go. A bunch of commercials. Another preview of what they've got coming forward.
Link to the 2000.
Jump forward. Here we go.
Being hurt or killed by a non-human intelligence.
Our exclusive interview with the Pentagon official turned UFO whistleblower. What he's revealing.
An official intelligence representative at a high level from the US government is saying publicly, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone.
That and more ahead.
Geez, that music is freaking loud. All right, so it looks like they've got a bunch of teasers going on as we're getting up to this. So the interview itself isn't going to start. All right, so we've got some more repeat of news stories going on here. Let's go ahead.
Claims that the government has a non-human aircraft in its possession and has a secret UFO retrieval program.
What was that, Swan?
We can't hear anything in the back.
Okay, let me go ahead and get that to you 1 second in the back. You should have it, but if not, let me go ahead and sorry about that, guys. You're just hearing that. Let me get to this. Meet audio. You've got channels now. Okay, you got it. Here we go.
Program, which has been kept secret from both Congress and the public.
Do we have bodies? Do we have species of
well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
So the question remains, are we alone? And in less than an hour, News Nation will be diving into that question during a 1 hour long special with investigative reporter Ross Coulthart. And then stay around as News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton will be joining Coulthart live, breaking all of that down, these whistleblower claims. And Brian joining us in studio tonight with a preview of tonight's special. Always good to see you, Brian. These are big claims. What are we going to hear tonight that we have not heard before?
It's good to see you too, Natasha. You know, this is such wild stuff. I mean, it really is hard to wrap your mind around. We've been reporting on it for about a week now. You've heard a little bit of what David Grush has to say. But tonight, a little less than an hour from now, you're going to hear the full conversation with this whistleblower. And there is so much more that we haven't heard. He actually claims that there is this crash retrieval program, that the U.S. government has this program in secret, that they've never talked about it before, that other countries also have crash retrieval programs, and that they've managed to keep it all under wraps for decades, that they actually are storing non-human craft right now. Listen to a little bit of what David Grush has to say.
What conclusion did you come to at the end of your time on the UAP task force?
The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
You're kidding.
No. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. People started confiding in me. They approached me. I have plenty of current and former senior intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew.
Sergio Costa, these are not Greer's alien reproduction vehicles he is talking about. He's talking about the real thing.
It's my whole career that confided in me. They were a part of a program. They named the program. I've never heard of it. And they told me, based on their oral testimony, and they provided me documents and other proof, that there was, in fact, a program that the UAP task force was not read into.
And what makes this so interesting and credible, Natasha, is this is a former high-level U.S. intelligence official. He is an Air Force veteran. He was on the UAP task force for quite some time. He was read in on all of this, which makes you wonder. I mean, why would this guy be making it up now?
Right. So highly credentialed. I do appreciate that point. And there is so much public interest in this. I don't think it is a coincidence that every single other major network all of a sudden is airing tons of UFO and UAP stories right now. Also, importantly, Congress is launching an investigation. What are, in response to all of this, in response to these claims, what are you tracking there?
So the House Oversight Committee has taken notice of this interview. Plus, he's filed the official whistleblower complaint to Congress and also to the to several intelligence agencies, and he's gone on the record. I mean, he's been under oath, actually testified as part of that whistleblower complaint. So they were already aware of him. Now that our story has come out, they've actually said that they are going to have congressional hearings on this.
Absolutely.
So we're going to learn a lot more.
Okay, and we'll learn more tonight as well. Brian Enton, thank you. I know if you stick around, you will see him later tonight. And don't forget to tune in, hear those new exclusive revelations about the alleged secret government program as part of this hour-long special. We are not alone. The UFO whistleblower speaks. It's debuting exclusively on News Nation right here at 9 p.m. Eastern. And stay around as News Nation's Brian Enton will be joining Ross Coulthart live, breaking down these whistleblower claims. That is happening at 10 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on News Nation. All right, still ahead on News Nation Prime, the suspect accused in the disappearance of Natalie Holloway
so
is
a little
on
preview of what we have coming our way, which the interview, we're not going to get going to this and isn't going to be going for another 25 minutes. Where are we at in our backlog of stuff? Commercials. That's one thing about cable news is you get a lot of commercials. Hair loss.
Thomas, there's a funny comment in the hides in long grass is asking, did Mick West say that Grush was just a lens flare?
A what flare?
He's saying, did Mick West say Grush was just a lens flare?
Oh, lens flare. Yeah, Mick is going to be crossing his eyes on this one because a lot of them are. Because once we get to this point, it's not a question of It's a balloon. It's a seagull. It's a cloud. It's a mistake of the camera.
Swamp gas.
If they have 12 vehicles in our possession, it's end game for every single one of these schmucks, because the truth of the matter is, if there's 100 sightings, right? And out of those 100 sightings that we have, if one of them is truly a UFO, it breaks open the conversation for everybody and shuts down so many people, West.
I wonder how many people in the Pentagon are going to be watching.
We'll find out. West, you had your hand up?
Well, you just gave me this insight. I can see it now. The secret hangar with all of the Party City balloons in it. That's where all the
all the missing Party City supplies. That's why
exactly.
That's why they had to shut it down.
Been hiding.
Possibly, you never know. And I need to go to, where is that at? Where? Hold on. Let's. I'll fix that in a second. Who else? Tamisha, your hand is up, my fair lady.
I gotta ask, where did the Party City thing come from? I mean, it didn't register to me until
Go back to Party City where you belong.
Gary. Oh, Gary's not here. That was something Gary brought to the table. It was someone who I believe was a drag queen who actually says that one. You mean we actually have someone? Yes, we do. You know, you have to look back, and United Kingdom, it's a part of society. They don't try to go ahead and literally discriminate against everybody. They have a high level of acceptance. It's a wonderful model of a society to follow. Chris Aiken, your hand is up. Not anymore. There we go.
Oh, a black and yellowish. Anybody seen the black and yellowish? I guess that picture of that alleged ET that landed in the Las Vegas backyard.
No, I haven't. There was a video that came out of a really bad CGI clip where there was an alien on the ground by leaves. If that's the video clip,
no, there's not a video clip. It's just a picture. That's all. It's kind of like a black and white one, but it looks yellowish. I mean, you can make out the head, but that's all.
Well, just for a little bit of interest, I guess, while we wait. One thing that I did not realize, but they did a flyover of that property, and that backyard isn't really they lived in the house next to it, but what is considered their backyard is actually a construction yard. It's like a huge construction lot with like its own buildings on it, and with it had like a several.
Hold on a second here, guys. I need to mute this.
Ultimately,
Okay, he's muted now. But anyway, so the area where it landed was actually a lot larger than I imagined when they said their backyard. It's actually a big lot that has a lot of space in it. And so anyway, just thought that
there's a bunch of RVs there. There's a bunch of construction of equipment, and there's a bunch of circles that were in the ground potentially from a lot of equipment that have been driving around on that gravel. So it's not like it's just a pristine area and you get a nice circle of where this thing was at. It's
you never know.
It brings a lot more questions.
I wouldn't listen to them if the cop hadn't mentioned that he saw something in the sky also.
Well, and I've heard multiple reports, including Rick shared with us on the show, that there were those black SUVs that were driving around at 4 a.m. afterwards that Rick thought came from the nearby Air Force Base.
Really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he also mentioned that there was radar that showed that the craft took back off and then landed on a little island in Lake Mead.
That is cool.
All right, we got a link coming in from Dave asking if we can show something. Let me see if I can find my original Google Meet chat. There it is, and see if that's something we can go ahead and bring up. Probably. Let me go ahead and take a look. Thomas, can you show this? Cop on. Chat's going a little too fast. Copy link address. and I have to go across to.
Hey, real quick too, I just want to say welcome to everybody who's joined us. We've got like over 400 people watching right now, and for anybody who's new, thank you for stopping by. We will be getting to the interview. We'll be slightly time delayed from it just to keep copyright stuff clean, but please enjoy. And we've got an amazing group of people in the chat and on the show, so hope you'll have a good time with us.
Yeah, I think this is what he was talking about. There is a video that's out there. Let me take this down. And it kind of, maybe this is the one thing from the backyard where they're kind of seeing some of this stuff. And apparently this is the head of the thing that's out there. Actually, you guys aren't seeing that. Let's bring that up right now. So supposedly there's the neck, there's the head, there's the giant eyes. Interesting, hard to see what's there because it's so blurry and there's not much detail. It's something where you're going to have to look at the original content. And again, if this is one of those blurry photos things, it's something we're going to have to figure out over time. Let's go back to this and come back.
Hey, one other real quick thing. I just want to give a special shout out. So for people who are chatting in the chat on YouTube, Ak is our producer and great friend of the show. And so give him some love and tell him how much you appreciate him being there. He's helping us out tonight. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Always wonderful to have Ak around here, I tell you. All right, we got that together. Okay, that takes us back to the situation. Let me see where we're at. Check on the chat. We have on the clock. We've still got it. It's about 20 minutes left before we're going to get going on this interview. I granted know what's going to be starting first, but again, we're going to be playing it on a delay so we can all enjoy it. And that was reminding me I need to find the studio information because I can't see how many people are here, but I'm sure there's a bunch. We're saying there's over 400 people here already right now, Wes? No.
Yes.
Really? Well, welcome, everybody. Welcome to Disclosure tonight. For those of you that are new, 435 watching. Wow. Please go ahead and feel free to go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you around as a regular person. And as we have another super chat coming in from, it's not showing up. I need to find my Google chat again. Where did I hide my Google chat? Oh, there it is. Pop it down. Another super chat coming in, this time from UFO Story and Majestic Q Clearance. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat for $4.99. Thank you very much, sir. Also, we've got another one coming in. Appreciate the reminders coming in from Larry. That little ding lets me know that we've got one that hit. Nikki X1 saying, if this turns out to be true with proof there is no longer needed for UFO researchers and videos, no, there's always going to be proof for it because we're going to be catching what things they're doing and what's going on. This gets beyond the speculation, Nikki, that this stuff isn't real, that it's just a hoax, that people are seeing things that isn't there, that it's a balloon, that it's something else. So this just goes and takes the whole area of how we're trying to look at stuff for UFOs and things that people are catching in the skies, and it kind of raises it up a bit, doesn't it, Larry?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the quantum leap that we're waiting for. Because I think we're all sick to death of this indecision, this unknowing and debunkers and all that. I'm just so tired of it.
It's not the knowing, it's the unknowing at this point. Yeah.
Well, we know, but we want the truth to come out.
Yeah. We all want that above and beyond. That's what I said earlier in the show. We're tired of the lies that are being put out there. And because there's so many lies being put out there, it lets a lot of big grifters who make a lot of money off this, but they say we deserve to make the money because we used to be a doctor. Well, if you had someone who used to be a hot top executive in a corporation and they went to go work retail at a local place, they've jumped from one place to the other, and they should be able to financially support themselves without expecting donations from the other shoppers to go ahead and give them that CEO executive salary, right? You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Larry?
Yes, I do.
That wouldn't be Dr. Greer, would it?
Well,
no. Why would ever made you think that?
How would we think that?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, wait a second. I hear a noise. There's someone coming into the studio. Oh, there we go. Oh, yes. Yes, Bijou. Oh, yes. Yes. He is talking about Dr. Greer. Yeah.
My pronouns are they and them.
But a rumor is they actually like to be called it. So let's shove that pronoun where it doesn't shine. Speak Life says, welcome to the show, my friend. Something tells me this interview drop will be historic. Thank you for the service you are providing to the community with a panel of intelligent analysts. That's why we're here, because it's something you're not going to get. You're going to get a lot of people who are on the news channel reading teleprompters of questions that were put together by their producer. But trust me, questions are not being fed to me by the producer in the back, although that would be nice. Who would I be talking about? No one there. There we go. Let's move on. Who else do we have out there? Let's take a look and see what is the audience saying right now. We all need to do Mick West's house and this drops and throw him a "we told you so" party, but he's still going to be. He's so far up the Nile. He's in Ethiopia. Well, denial. That's the source of denial. Denial is Ethiopia. Yeah. We'll have to put up that dam that they're working on, get it out there sooner to stop the water. There we go. Do aliens shop at Trader Joe's? Well, it depends. Do you shop at Trader Joe's? Because there's a good chance each and every single one of these people who are watching this show are all alien hybrids. You never know where it's going to be. We have the Y-Files said yesterday that he was reading David Grush's body language, and he kept on shaking his head when he was making a statement, which I saw too. Well, every single person and how they look at this, there's a bunch of different ways to interpret body language and what people put forward. And you just have to go ahead and literally take everything you're seeing with a grain of salt and know that, your interpretations of body language may just be that, interpretations. Does that make sense, West?
And I just to add to that real quick, context is important. And from what we know, that was day 2 of 2 full days of interviews in a secured facility that they had. Well, no, it wasn't a skiff, but it was News Nation had rented out a secure warehouse and had literally security guards protecting them while they were filming. And so I think the guy probably did pretty well, given he's never been interviewed on TV before, and he had to go through 2 days of television interviews. So cut him a little slack.
Yeah, absolutely. DJ, the last thing you want to do is be scared, ever, in dealing with any of this stuff. That's why I say at the end of every show, eyes open, no fear, meaning you have to have your eyes open to experience what's around us. And you can't have any fear for all this stuff that's going on, because you know what? What happened in our life yesterday is the same thing that's happening in our life today, and it's the same thing that's going to happen in our life tomorrow. There's not going to be this major earth-shattering change when all this stuff's going to come in, where we're going to all of a sudden, we're going to have cats and dogs sleeping with each other. We're going to have people rioting in the streets. People aren't going to be going to work. The stock markets are going to collapse. They're going to rally. We're going to be seeing a lot of new stuff, a lot of new investment opportunities, a lot of new ways to take humanity forward. And that's the key. Eyes open, no fear. The other thing is, if you've got fear going on in here, you're not making the right decisions. And you want to stay as calm as you can. Yes, West?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to, Ryan Baker, Peter Panda both brought up a good point. Body language isn't something that is something that you can just do by looking at somebody in a brief segments in interviews. There's a baseline that usually has to be established, and people have to be trained in how to read body language. So again, just give them a little bit of slack, folks. And yeah, I'll tell you this much: either he's running some crazy psyop with the biggest conspiracy we've ever heard of, or he's telling us about the biggest conspiracy we've ever heard of. Either way, we need to investigate what he's saying.
This is set to be the biggest, monumental piece of news coming out. It's going to be the biggest, not travesty. I forget how it would. Oh God, it's going to be the biggest scandal to hit the United States government since the day we were founded. Think of it that way.
The beauty about this, Thomas, is that it's scandalous, yes, and there's going to be tons of hearings on that, but also it's got that component of something good. We don't know, but I mean, good advanced technology, and by osmosis, we're close to the ETs now. I mean, we're coming together.
We're not going to get the technology for the world. It's just not going to happen.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Well, no, but we are going to get some advances. We are going to get some advances, but it's not like we're going to get everything. They may come to us and say, hey, you know what? Quantum computers, that's based on crash technology. Fiber optics, that's based on crash technology. The microprocessor, that's based on crash technology. So, and there are going to be other things they're going to bring forward. Perhaps they may come out and say, well, all of our research into this stuff about the non-human entities that we've been dealing with, how do you think we've gotten all of our advances in the exploration of our DNA? Because we've had these secretive programs out there that have done a bunch of work that we've taken that technology and moved it forward in humanity. Because without this, that amount of funding and that amount of research wouldn't have been put there, which brings the question down, if they've been doing all this research into our DNA, has the government identified that perhaps a good portion of that junk DNA isn't junk DNA, but it's something that directly maps to the non-human intelligence? We have a lot of stuff ahead of us. It's going to be one heck of a road. Don't think we're going to get all the information at once. This is just the crack in the door to let us know about some of these programs, and will enable so many other people to come forward and to share the information. That's where we need to go. But you need to have, we had Lou Elizondo first. Now we've got Lou times 2, if not, and then some. And then we're going to have others, and they're going to tell 2 friends, and they're going to tell 2 friends, and so on and so on and so on. And coming out of the government, we're going to get to this place where it's just going to change humanity's perception. This is like what Reagan talked about. Perhaps, just perhaps, we need to be able to get to that point.
I just want to quickly remind people, because they're starting to panic. We know it's starting. We just have to do a few minute delay for copyright reasons. So don't worry, you're going to get to see it. We're just building up some suspense.
We're building up some sense. If you look at the description of the video, we're saying at 6:10 Pacific, we're going to start the feed on this, because there's going to be commercials and other things we're going to have to pause and get through in the whole bit. We're going to be getting this here along with our panel, and feel free to ask questions. And if you have questions, put it in all uppercase, and we'll try and go ahead and cover it. That'll make it a lot easier for any of the people in the audience who don't feel comfortable to jump in the back as well. Remember, the door is open for everybody. And would you look at that? I think we've got, how many people are in the back, West?
507 right now.
No, people in the back today.
Oh, in the back, we've got 11.
11, including me, that's 10, not including me. So people in their hand. Larry, you have your hand up, my friend.
Yeah, well, I was just going to make a comment to try to address some of the fear that all of us have some fear right now, I think. And one of the fears I think we have is that this is just almost too good to be true, right? And we're afraid that it's going to sort of somehow, it's all going to come crashing down, and the government's going to retain control of the situation. And that's one of my fears, but I just don't see that happening. I keep telling myself, no, this is really happening. Last night, I was actually with my head in my hands. I was like, oh my God, oh my God.
Jeremy Eaton, we will be having the interviews starting up here in about 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Just give us a little bit of time. We have to wait for a buffer to hit before you go ahead and start playing the interview. I guess if you want to jump and watch it possibly someplace else, you can, but we just have to, if we're replaying this, we just have to give it enough of a buffer for us to be able to, if you want to call it, not be playing and rebroadcasting live TV. Even though it is news, there is an ability to go ahead and use this for, if you want to call it, fair use. So I just want to go ahead and get this. Let's enjoy the conversation while we get there, shall we? Also in the back, Syrup, your hand is up, my friend.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to talk about the body language thing real quick. They had 2 different body language experts do Bob Lazar, and each came to a different conclusion. So that just shows you how inaccurate these body language experts can be. And that was it.
Yeah.
I've seen a few people talking about
body language is as much as what you're going to go ahead and get if you're going to go ahead and if you got body language to look at, you can. But, you know, it's just like a lie detector test. It's up for interpretation. There's a lot of different people who see it one way or the other, and hopefully we'll see this good. Remember, if you're having a good time so far, we have 558 people in the audience with only 213 likes. Do us a favor, give us a thumbs up, and if you're not having a good time, give us a thumbs down. One or the other. Doesn't take much of anything to hit that button other than your finger just moving and connecting with it. We appreciate all the love and support we get from everyone in the audience. Thank you very much. Already up to 219. Remember, just the more people that give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down for that matter, increases our ability to reach more people on YouTube. It's part of their algorithm. Just, I guess, need to know how it works sometimes. It's great to see as people comes together, about 562 people in the audience as we're getting up to this. And rest assured that right now, if I can find OBS here, yes, we do have it. We do have it currently paused in the DVR buffer, and we'll be jumping up to it here shortly to get to that point without a...
Nice.
No. All right. I've got to make sure I turn that down when commercials hit, because I do not want to get hit. Commercials actually use copyrighted music, so we got to be safe on that front. All right, so let's get back to our next person up in the back who has their hand up. Wes, your hand is up, my friend.
I just have to say I am really excited, and what I'm excited about for tonight is all the stuff we don't know there's going to be new things that none of us have heard, which is going to be great, but I'm also excited for all of the people out in the world who for the first time are going to be hearing this story. And the title for tonight's episode on News Nation, I think, says it all. We are not alone. And that message is going to be getting out into the public, and it's going to start spreading into our conscious. And I can't wait for what that does and how that inspires humanity. I see this as a positive moment in our future. So
let me remember the voice. Let's see if I can do it. We are not alone. We have never been alone. Ancient aliens, you know.
Yeah, and right now, Giorgio, he can take his lap and say, yep, it was aliens.
Oh, poor Goofon can't get the feed for News Nation. I guess I'm bringing it in through cable, and I've got a old school cable card TV tuner that's an Ethernet device that takes 3 cable channels and distributes them over my internal network. Thank God I've still got that old technology. They don't sell it anymore, but I still have it. Yes. Poor Richie. You gotta go and if you want to call it, make sure the pipeline is there before you start the show. Let's see. LM, your hand is up, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. I'm pretty excited. I for one, and I know there's a lot of things that we don't know, and who knows what's going to be said. I would so much like to know a name of this program that he's talking about. It's just been eating away at me, whatever this broad program is. I'm just so geeked up for that, you know? And I wonder if it's one that we've heard that's an alleged that's never been officially recognized. I don't
know.
So I'm so what about it, you know? It's awesome.
I think we all are. I think, there we go. Now you can see it's LM. Everyone else's name is going to get trunked in, but I like making it large because you know what? The majority of the people who are watching this show are actually watching this show, believe it or not, coming from their cell phone. So if I move the Disclosure Tonight logo down a little bit and viewer call in, you'll be able to see that, because if you're watching the show and it stretches everything out, it crops the top page, which means the top of my head is getting cropped, but that's okay. You got another super chat coming in? No. Do we? Daniel Bogusowski says, thank you for your work on Sunday. Yeah, I know. You expect to have the damn weekend off and not have to get into it. But yeah, I actually woke up this morning. I was tired. Cupcake was asleep, and it's like, zombie, must get ready for show. Took a shower, got ready, and got things done. Got the title card there. Got on the phone with West and with Gary talking about it. And like, no, Tom, it does not. It started at 6 p.m. Pacific. And you start at 6 p.m. Eastern, you start at 3. No, it starts at 9 p.m. Pacific, Eastern, which is 6 p.m. Pacific. Made my life a lot easier, which actually meant we were ahead of schedule. 4 minutes left before we kick this thing off. Absolutely, Larry, your hand is up, my friend. There you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one thing that Sean Cahill said, and I mentioned this before, but I didn't really explain it. He said that he's coming to the belief that most of the life out there is essentially human, and he doesn't mean human beings. He means that what is in us, what makes us us, is the same thing that's in all of these other beings. It doesn't look that way right now, but I think we may find out that we are going to be leveled up to the rest of the beings in the galaxy. And I don't know when that's going to happen, but this is a major first step, because until the governments admit the truth, it's like the ETs are not going to come out to us. So we have to get on the same page.
We'll find out. And plus, there's many different ones and many different ways. Who knows what protocols are in place? It's something that as time goes on, I am not going to set my expectations too high or too low. So that doesn't happen in the right way. Yes, I understand where you're coming from, Larry. You're a very positive attitude towards it, and I appreciate that. But just don't let the positivity get too high, because possibly you could be let down for a big fall. Wes, your hand is up, my friend.
I'm just going to counter that and say, Larry, I love your positivity. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey, Thomas, you had a couple more super chats that rolled in,
No.
and then I think we'll be about ready to start, guys.
Yes, we are. We're getting there. Wait a minute. And that means my chat has stopped moving again. Why did chat stop moving again? There it is. Oh, it caught up. There you go. 3 more. Holy cow. 3 more. Tin Man 105. My sister and brother-in-law are joining us today. Thank you, Thomas and Cupcake. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Remember, every dollar that comes in to Disclosure tonight goes back into the production of our show. Another one from Buddy and Spiffy. I'm excited and finally answers. Well, there's going to be a lot more questions coming out of this U3, but can't wait to see where it is. And would you look at that, Eli McGinnis throwing in another super chat. Thank you very much, Eli, as we're getting up on the 9 minutes and 50-something seconds in, which means is I need to go ahead and make sure I've got the audio cranked down and I can go ahead and get everything adjusted to bring on up. Thank you for all your wonderful super chats today. Let me take that down, clear it out, and clear the current overlay and get ready. Let's jump into the studio and get ready for, I make sure I've got the Safari audio down until we get where we want it to be. Let's get there. Oh, there we go. Ozempic. All right, let's go ahead and kick that down. One last super chat came in. I'll kick off the music here. What is that? Oh, yeah. Where'd it go? It just popped up there a second ago. It's there. Derek Galloway, buy Cupcake a Scooby Snacks. Yes, I do have some good Scooby sound effects here somewhere. We'll bring them out later. Is it here? Is it here?
Scooby-Doo's, where are you?
All right, let's go ahead and kick out that other song. Yes, I did do a Scooby-Doo game in the past, so I've got a lot of great sound effects from those guys. On that note, let's go ahead and get the volume cranked up on this from the back so we cannot get hit by the commercials. And let's start this historic interview with whistleblower David Grush, someone who's coming to us from the highest levels of people, yes, from the area of Elizondo. We deserve to hear this. It's been so long. Let's start this, shall we? I think so.
Welcome to We Are Not Alone.
Yeah.
Asthenia gravis with Altamira's. Tonight, for the first time, a former senior military intelligence officer comes forward to say what we've only imagined is true.
You are saying to the human race, for the first time, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone.
Claims that our government has proof of alien life.
And they've been covering it up for 75 years.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number. Some are landed, some are crashed.
Allegations of a secret government program that has hidden the truth, the technology, from the world.
There's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral. And it's
not only is it unethical and immoral, it's illegal. And they passed laws back in the day about this, back, I believe, in the Watergate days.
totally frightening.
From Roswell to the present day.
We're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west.
There are non-prosaic cases, 100% unexplainable. I mean, this is like tangible technical craft they're seeing.
Is this decorated office?
Tangible technical craft. Sorry for these pauses. We're going to do this because, well, we've got to deal with this in fair use terms.
Sir, a liar.
Why should we believe you?
A fool.
Is it possible that you're deluding yourself?
Or a hero.
I'm a patriot, and I believe the truth to power in this.
We're talking about the biggest secret in human history.
We are not alone. The UFO whistleblower speaks.
Good evening.
Good evening. Is everyone hyped up for this one as I am? I think so.
I'm Elizabeth Vargas, here to bring you a News Nation exclusive interview with a man we're calling the UFO whistleblower. David Grush is a career intelligence official who this week is making some bombshell claims of a U.S. government cover-up going back nearly a century, shedding light, he says, on that existential question: are we alone? News Nation has confirmed David Grush's credentials and resume. We have not seen or verified the alleged proof he says he's provided to investigators. But we want you to hear his story so you can decide for yourself. Mr. Grush sat down with investigative journalist Ross Coulthart, who is reporting for News Nation. Mr. Coulthart is an award-winning journalist and author who has reported for the Australian version of 60 Minutes, as well as other news programs in his home country. What you're about to see is part of their conversation, touching on Mr. Grush's work with the UAP task force, his background and his service to this country, and the alleged secret military program about which he says the world needs to know.
For decades, the UFO question has been consigned to the realm of speculation, conspiracy theory, and science fiction.
Can you say E.T.? E.T.
But in recent years, serious people have started taking the subject seriously.
You'll see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes.
Prompted in part by the release of these videos, purporting to show encounters between American naval aviators and what the Pentagon has labelled unidentified aerial or anomalous phenomena. Congress has convened hearings to determine what these UAP are and what threat they might pose.
If UAP do indeed represent a potential threat to our security, then the capabilities, systems, processes, and sources we use to observe, record, study, or analyze these phenomena need to be classified at appropriate levels.
The Department of Defense has established a special team, formerly known as the UAP Task Force, recently renamed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARRO, to investigate and identify what are now hundreds of reported sightings. So far, they have not confirmed any of them to constitute proof of alien life. Officially, the government continues to state we are indeed alone. But
here's the thing really quick. Does anyone in the chat believe, does anyone in our back, Larry, do you believe Aro, what they're bringing out, or are they just another cover-up for what we've got going?
Oh, it's clearly a cover-up.
Yeah. And that's what Lou has said. That's what Tim Burchett has said. That's what a lot of people have said. It's a cover-up, folks. Absolutely.
And kind of a desperate one.
Yeah. Their days are running out.
Now, for the first time, a former member of that official investigative team is speaking out, telling a stunning story that impacts every person on this planet. And now you're about to meet that man for the very first time in this exclusive television interview. Welcome. Have a seat. Maybe start off telling me your name and who you are.
My name is David Grush. I came from a blue-collar family in Pittsburgh. I didn't have the money for college. Always admired people in uniform. And I've always wanted to be a part of something bigger than myself. 18 years ago, I got an Air Force scholarship for physics. I originally commissioned on active duty in the Air Force, served 14 years in the Air Force.
I look at this photograph, Dave, and I see a very proud officer.
I was getting promoted to captain when I was deployed.
And you still love your country, don't you?
Absolutely.
A career intelligence officer, Grush spent time on the ground in Afghanistan and other places he can't mention before rotating back to Washington.
I was an intel officer for the U.S. for 14 years. My last position, which I left in April of 2023, I co-led the UAP portfolio for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and some of the highest officials within the Department of Defense and intelligence community used to call on me to advise them on some of the hardest target sets that the country had.
You are one of the most trusted former intelligence officials in the US defense and intelligence establishment.
Yes, I was.
You were trusted with the most intimate secrets.
Yes.
And he says the most earth-shattering of those secrets were revealed after 2019, when he was invited to join the UAP task force. You had the security classifications to go anywhere and ask anyone anything.
I had, based on my formal security clearance and multiple polygraphs, I had the ability to be read into any program that I needed. At one point in time, I was extremely highly cleared.
What conclusion did you come to?
Which would basically put him at a Title 50, which is the same clearance that Lou Elizondo has. And unfortunately, Title 10 is the clearance that the people at RO currently have. So there's still there's still the information's being reminded. Yes, we do have to pause occasionally for comment to keep it within YouTube's fair use policy, and it's not just, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up, West. Yeah, question from Brett Clark. How does this guy alive? Well, apparently his life has been threatened. And I would say his life has been threatened not by people like Nick Wurst. No, this is coming from people like in the DOD or in the cover-up of these independent contractor companies that they've been paying to do their dirty work, which is against federal law. But it appears that fourth level of government is well beyond that fourth, if you want to call it, our own laws and regulations that run our country.
At the end of your time on the UAP task force?
The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
You're kidding.
No. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. People started confiding in me. They approached me. I have plenty of current and former senior intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career, that confided in me they were a part of a program. They named the program. I've never heard of it. And they told me, based on their oral testimony, and they provided me documents and other proof, that there was, in fact, a program that the UAP task force was not read into.
You are alleging that the US government has been concealing the existence on this planet of alien life.
I would couch it as non-human intelligence, NHI, like we would like to say in our language.
Why do you say that? Why do you say NHI?
I don't want to necessarily denote origin. I don't think we have all the data to say, oh, they're coming from a certain location.
Well, they've been watching them long enough. They know where they show up. They know where they disappear to. They know where they go back to. So the thing is, they just don't know exactly how they got here, and that's the thing. But there is been a bunch of research that we covered even on the show last night. They'll get into this one, to where we've got craft that are a warp in space, meaning that not just in space on the outside, but a dimensional warp, meaning you go into the side of the craft that's only 30 feet across, and once you get inside, it's the size of a football stadium.
I couch it as somebody who studied physics where maybe they're coming from a different physical dimension as described in quantum mechanics. We know there's extra dimensions due to high energy particle collisions, etc. And there's a theoretical framework to explain that. Yeah.
Just let me cut to the quick though. You're saying there is an intelligent species engaging with this planet?
Yes, that's potentially extraterrestrial, yeah.
I speak for everybody sitting at home. That is a shock.
It was to me, and I had a lot of sleepless nights.
Grush says he's never personally seen non-human intelligence, but he's spoken to enough people directly.
Okay, he hasn't seen non-human intelligence. Means he hasn't seen the things that are piloting the craft. Remember, when Lou Elizondo talked about this in the past, Lou Elizondo said flat out that, what was it again? That the craft had, it was clear the craft had occupancy, meaning you could see the occupants in the craft, but you couldn't go ahead and actually take a look at it. The stream is buffering every 2 seconds. Sorry about that. It's got to be YouTube. It's not us. We've got 1,116 people watching the show right now. Let's continue.
Involved in what he calls the program that he's convinced it's real.
I started out as a non-believer. I came to the problem as a hardcore physics guy, intel officer, so I have a, excuse my language, high factor. I was very methodical, interviewing people who didn't know each other, making sure this wasn't some kind of cover-up of some other program.
He says he pressed to gain direct access to this program, and that's when his trouble started. Grush claims his investigation was stymied, his requests for access rebuffed.
They shut the door in my face. They denied me access to these programs.
Soon after, he says, he endured reprisals and retaliation from above. He then reported that information to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. That's why he's filed this whistleblower complaint. He says that experience is why he decided to go public here and in a recent article written by Leslie Kane in The Debrief.
Which we covered that article in extents. Now remember, Frankie, that we have to pause every so often to comment on this particular piece. Larry, any thoughts so far on this? Because we have to maintain fair use. Larry, your thought on everything we've been watching so far?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's ironic but I kind of lost my thought, so go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I actually had someone who wanted to drop in the show. Peter Panda, go ahead and try and join again, and I'll let you in. Sorry about that, Peter Panda. I missed you that you were waiting to come in. Let's continue.
Oh, I got it. I got it now, Thomas.
You're not being paid for this interview?
No, I'm not.
Why are you doing?
Go ahead, Larry. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, God damn it. Okay, forget it.
Here we go.
Doing this.
It's a sense of service, call me a Boy Scout or whatever. It just, when I saw the kind of wrongdoing I did, I don't want to be 60, 70 years old in the future and have that, coulda, shoulda, woulda kind of feeling where I could have made a difference. I do not want to live a life of regret.
You are saying to the human race, for the first time, an official intelligence representative at a high level from the US government is saying publicly, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone. Absolutely, the data points empirically that we're not alone, yeah.
You've said that the United States has spacecraft, intact craft.
We do.
Do we have bodies? Do we have species of
Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
Have you seen spacecraft?
I've seen some interesting photos and I've read some very interesting reports.
But he says the specific documents and photos.
So there you go. They've asked him before if he's seen craft before up closer, if he's touching, if he's seen stuff. And he basically said in one of his interviews with a French newspaper that he said he couldn't comment on it. But here you go. He's seen photos probably from his work in the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency or in the National Reconnaissance Office, that he's seen images of these craft throughout his work, because he was the one who was actually going and grabbing the content and sharing it with the UAPTF.
That would prove his claims are still classified, and he cannot disclose them here.
Let's deal with the issue of your credibility. Why should we believe you? You're just somebody coming out of nowhere, making claims that we really ultimately can't prove.
Yeah. Well, we provided the proof internally to the Inspector General and the Hill staff, and we went into all the details. I mean, I have the credentials. I was an intelligence officer on the UAP task force.
But let's face it, allegations of aliens and their spacecraft are hard to accept, even coming from a respected insider. Even if you call them NHI and UAP, how could such NHI travel to Earth in the first place and go undetected by the general public? Grush says the craft may not be travelling through space as we understand it.
It is a well-established fact, at least mathematically and based on empirical observation and analysis, that there most likely are physical additional spatial dimensions. And you could imagine in 4 and 5D space where what we experience as linear time ends up being a physical dimension in higher dimensional space, where if you were living there, you could translate across what we perceive as a linear flow. So there is a possibility that, and this is a theory here, I'm not saying this is 100% the case, but it could be that this is not necessarily extraterrestrial, and it's actually coming from a higher dimensional physical space that might be co-located, right here.
Right. So to talk about that, think of Wi-Fi. Think of how you can have 2.4 gigahertz, you can have all these other different spectrums of Wi-Fi, right? Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, and they all occupy the same space. Think of it that we have all of this additional things that are here, but it's based on a vibration. It's based on a frequency. So that we're able to basically have these overlaying dimensions that are occupying the same space that allow us, that we're actually, these craft are peering into our dimension, or they're actually coming into our dimension because they're co-located about. Now, one thing that they've actually brought out in the past was saying that when we were blowing off all of our nuclear warheads in the past, they were actually ripping holes in time, space, and space-time and affecting things in these other dimensions, which brought their awareness to what the humans were doing and kind of brought a lot of things coming into saying, what the hell are you idiots doing here? You know? All right, let's continue on.
What can you tell me about these craft, these technologies? Why do you know it's exotic?
Based on the very specific properties that I was briefed on, isotopic ratios that would have to be engineered for it to be at those levels, but also just extremely strange, heavy atomic metal, high up in the periodic table arrangements that we don't understand, what the emergent properties are, but there's just a very strange mix of elements.
So you're absolutely sure that the materials that these craft are made of are clearly not of this earth?
Yeah, they're sophisticatedly engineered, certainly not by humans.
And while Grush says the US has gleaned some insight from these materials for military use, so much more could be done if academia and the private sector had access.
It's totally nuts that humanity as a whole, especially the US citizenry as a whole, they're not even benefiting from broad research on this to solve propulsion, energy issues, novel material science that can improve people's quality of life. It's just totally nuts how it's been protected and inhibits progress.
If you're right, if you're telling us the truth, everyone, the entire American public, has been lied to for decades.
Yeah, there's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral.
Coming up, how long has this been going on?
A lot of the things I was briefed on were very shocking.
Interesting. You know, if you look, as we jump into our first commercial break, we're going to pause this out for a little bit, and we'll get back to that in a bit. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just take the audio feed for that and kick it down so we can see it in the background. We can kick this up as soon as the commercials. I'm not going to skip through it because we've got that pause in our feed for a good darn reason. Holy cow. Let's see where this is at. All right, let's continue on, shall we?
Thomas.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say my favorite part was the irony about him coming forward because he was threatened not to come forward. So let me explain. He was actually submitting this stuff to RO quite a ways in advance of that interview that you and I saw.
Yeah.
And they were upset about it, and they basically started harassing him and telling him to shut the F up. And that's why he came forward. And I'd also like to point out that that the technology issue is being pushed here. And I think the American people are going to, once they understand, are going to want to push even harder on that. So I do think it will happen.
Yeah.
Well, I would comment on it, but I don't want to interrupt the chat. I don't want to interrupt the broadcast.
Wow.
Yeah, I know you don't. Yeah. Like you don't like us interrupting either.
Let me find out a way to go ahead and get this where I can get the audio mute and keep it playing in the background. You guys are going to hear it for a second. Let me go ahead and see if I can turn off this audio for the people in the back as well. We'll continue on and playing. You got, wait a second. Hold on. It's going through that one. Is it still going through that one? No, it's going through that one. Let me get my audio mixing board up here. We'll be continuing on with this historic video in a couple seconds. Wow, would you believe it? Actually, 7,000 people over some other shows right now watching this. Holy cow. Let's see if I can turn off channels to the back studio right now. I think I'm in Ninja Q2U. Let's get to you guys. Let's turn you off so you're not going to hear it, and we'll continue on and playing it. And I need to turn down my audio here. And let me get to mine, which is going to channels. Turn that off, and let's continue on. Oh, I'm not going to be able to turn that off, so we'll just leave it place. Yeah, interesting conversation. Any thoughts from anyone else in the back as we jump past this part of the interview? Great conversation of what we've got coming forward at this point. Peter, you have your hand up, my friend?
Yes, I just wanted to say on the prospect of this being alien craft, you know, all we really need to think here is that we've launched Voyagers 1 and 2, we've launched Pioneer, we've launched Event Horizon probe, and 3 of the 4 of those are already out into interstellar space. So all we need to have happen here for us to have alien technology in possession of the US government is just to do exactly what we have done. Nothing special, no new physics. If they even launched a Voyager probe and it crashed here, we could have alien technology. So it's not a far-fetched thing. Now, we can go up to more exotic possibilities from there, but just the foot in the door, this is not that far-fetched.
Yes, absolutely. Let's continue on and get on to this interview. Yeah, it's not that far-fetched, especially where this is all going. Let's continue on with this conversation. Here we go. Hold on.
Partially intact vehicle. It's long been known that the regime of dictator Benito Mussolini documented numerous UAP during this time. This internal memo from the Italian secret services includes crude drawings of the UAPs. It's true. It's real.
Yeah, that actually happened. The Italian government moved it to the secure air base in Italy for the rest of kind of the fascist regime until 1944, 1945. And, you know, the Portales back channel down.
Hello. Oh, shit. Hold on a second here. My audio wasn't coming out. My problem. I paused this. Give me a second, folks. I paused that a second ago. Yes, I've got it. Here we go. Let's jump back. Sorry about that for 10 seconds and the audio wasn't coming out. And here we go.
So let's start from the very beginning.
Thank you for letting me know.
You say it's a 90-year cover-up.
Just about, yeah.
90 years.
1933 was the first recovery in Europe, in Magenta, Italy. They recovered a partially intact vehicle.
It's long been known that the regime of dictator Benito Mussolini documented numerous UAP during this time. This internal memo from the Italian secret services includes crude drawings of the UAPs.
It's true. It's real.
Yeah, that actually happened. The Italian government moved it to a secure air base in Italy for the rest of kind of the fascist regime until 1944, 1945. And, you know, the Pope Pius XII back-channeled that.
So the Vatican was involved?
Yeah, and told the Americans what the Italians had, and we ended up scooping it.
So let me be very clear about this. You're saying that the Catholic Church, the Vatican, they know about the existence of non-human intelligence on this planet?
Certainly.
Grush says shortly after the dawn of the atomic age, another major crash recovery took place. You've probably heard of it.
What can you tell me about the Roswell craft?
Fortunately, those details were not approved for me to talk about right now.
This much we know. In 1947, an object crashed in the New Mexico desert near the town of Roswell. The Air Force recovered material described as metallic and rubbery, though the government changed its story as to what it was, calling it a flying disc at first, then a weather or spy balloon.
It just read ridiculous to me that the US Air Force had changed its story.
Yeah, and they added additional elements over time and tried to conflate additional programs to explain some of the events.
Why are these things crashing?
Yeah, you know, some are landed, some are crashed, and I think that's an interesting discussion that's come up, you know, as advanced as, you know, we are, you know, as humans, right? You know, planes crash, cars crash. Just because you're some advanced sentience that has advanced technology doesn't mean some small percentage of your, I'll use the Air Force term like sorties, you know, meet an unfortunate operational conclusion, as we might want to say.
Most people would tell you the Roswell incident has been thoroughly debunked. In fact, the Air Force published this report in 1994 to put the issue to rest once and for all. Grush has read it.
That analysis I did was a total hack job, and even anybody with analytical skills, if you read it, you can deduce that they're conflating multiple situations with crash test dummies and mogul balloons, and they're just saying that the townsfolk who personally witnessed it were totally imagining things. They concocted that whole report just to disinform.
So the reason for the secrecy exactly is what?
Feudalistic dominance, who can have both asymmetric technology for, it seems like, just fueling the war machine.
Grush says that through the 50s and...
Here's the thing, folks. There are a lot of stories going back in time that there's been a lot of speculation about. What we're getting now is some verification and validation on some of these stories. And yes, some of the stories are going to turn out to be fake. Some of the stories are going to turn out to be real. And we just have to keep that in mind that, yes, there's been a lot of stuff spun in different directions. Remember, Roswell, the government first said it was a UFO, and then they went and they turned it into and saying, oh, it was a weather balloon that was crashed. Well, we're getting the confirmation. Because remember, Lou Elizondo, the only place he said yes. I said, Lou, personally, what is your opinion on Roswell? And he said 100% it's real. So this is that further confirmation of that coming on that and other stories. Remember, we covered recently about the Phobos 2 incident. That one was speculation. That one is also bringing out as being real at this point. Let's continue.
60s, encounters with the NHI continued, as did the cover-up. One incident in 1967, about which multiple Air Force veterans have gone public, involved UAPs tampering with the nuclear missiles at Malmstrom Air Base in Montana.
They saw a craft, appearing to be intelligently controlled, hovered over a nuclear weapons silo and shut down 10 nuclear ICBM missiles.
It certainly looks like they want to understand how far we've advanced in our nuclear fizzle kind of technologies at the very least. I mean, it looks like preparatory probing activity. It might be innocent kind of scientific gathering, could be ISR probing.
Meanwhile, Grush says the crash retrieval program continued. And while he won't reveal where the downed craft are stored, he does say that the people working with the technology have been putting themselves at risk.
You know, a lot of them, were injured looking at some of this stuff. You can imagine the nuclear, radiological, and biological risk to looking at an unknown unknown. And a lot of them have literally suffered physically because of their service.
But as we know, anyone who's come forward claiming non-human intelligence is behind these incidents has been dismissed as delusional or deliberately deceitful.
If you're right, if you're telling us the truth, everyone, the entire American public, has been lied to for decades.
Yeah, there's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral.
Not just that, it's a said this earlier. It's a violation of federal law and something we need to be wary of. And it's something that our government has been doing for the longest time. And that's where we all have to come together, put aside our differences and come together on this scenario because, we're at a point where the truth is coming out and we just have to see what's around us and how to get us to the next level. Let's continue.
Can I add to that real quick, Thomas?
Yes, please.
I just want to say it's not just a violation of law. It's a violation of our rights as human beings.
Thank you.
It's immoral. You can't keep this kind of secret from the rest of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Human rights stuff. 100% Thomas Fessler. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and continue on with this. I think we're coming into...
It's 120 miles to the west.
New evidence and perhaps new attitudes in a new age of UAPs.
The American people need and deserve to know more.
Has the US government changed its tune?
As we get into our next commercial break, phenomenal conversation so far. Anyone in the back want to go ahead and comment on this? We got a couple minute commercial break. We'll be joining back up with this conversation as soon as it moves forward.
Yeah, if you don't mind to make a couple of quick comments.
You make your comments. I'm going to get a refill. I'll be right back. Take it.
Sure. One of the interesting things that I heard in this conversation was him mentioning why do these crash? And his response was, well, just like for us, some small percentage are likely to crash. What that tells me is there's a really large percentage of these that aren't crashing that we're not aware of, but that are interacting with our planet. So that's pretty cool. The other thing that I found refreshing is how he's talking to us about these past events and being pretty upfront about how poorly the government has been doing, like with the Roswell thing. If you look at it critically, you can see that they were trying to conflate different stories in order to spread disinformation. And back to what we were just saying a minute ago, lying to humanity about this is immoral. It's not just illegal, it's immoral. And so, Peter, you had your hand up?
Yeah, Wes, just to go with what you said, I have no problem with the idea that something like this could crash, because if you look at percentage-wise, the most advanced crafts are the ones that crash the highest percentage of the time. If you look at the F-35 fighter, those crash far more often than something like a Cessna. So when we look at what we did with Mars, we sent a bunch of things to Mars and they crashed about 50% of the time until we got it right. So there's this idea that they're godlike, I think needs to go. Also, this idea that, if these things have been here for a long time, they could have had a mission life and they could be done, that by design. So they're not necessarily designed to be eternal. They could be designed to last a certain duration, do a specific mission, and be done. So this idea that these things are figments of gods, I think we need to kind of put on the back burner.
That's a great point. And to your point about like operational lifespan, same thing with Mars. We have like craft on Mars now that did land successfully, but they eventually exceed their operational lifespan and they shut down.
Right. And I also want to say, too, what did we do next? We sent a different one, a different shape with a different mission. We learned something about Mars from the first probe. Then we changed our probe shape, morphology, and mission and sensors and sent something different. So as these things learn, they may be doing the same thing.
That's awesome. Back to you, Thomas.
All right, looks like we've got past the Bosley Hair Club for men, and the inundation of drug companies saying, "Wow, do you feel like this? Well, if you got a pill, they can go ahead and take care of those symptoms, but it causes this, 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 and if you feel like you're close to death, you may want to call your doctor." All right, here we go.
These are the videos that started it all. Footage captured by naval aviators on military-grade cameras that defied all prosaic explanation. Dave Grush has investigated this one, shot in 2015 off the East Coast by fighter pilots from the USS Theodore Roosevelt.
There's an industry of debunkers.
Was that what, Swan?
They're going through gimbal. This is what I've been waiting for.
Let's hear it.
They're on the web.
And remember, we haven't heard from those other whistleblowers yet. Let's see if they're going to pull them out of if they're going to pop them up and what they're going to have to say.
Who say, oh, they've got this all wrong. It's a jet exhaust at a distance and the aircraft's turning. Give me an answer on that.
I had some optical engineering experts look at that and the Raytheon AT FLIR system based on the pixel saturation and apparent size. It's certainly something that's not a jet. It might be some kind of natural phenomenon that's quite strange, but it's not as simple as a jet.
He has even stronger opinions about this UAP, now known to history as the Tic Tac, shot in 2004 in the Pacific by aviators off the USS Nimitz.
And the Tic Tac?
Truly anomalous, absolutely technical vehicle, physical, and that's absolutely something that we didn't make.
Not of this world.
Most likely, yeah.
The videos were leaked in 2017, then officially released by the Pentagon in 2020. At the time, it seemed the Pentagon may have finally abandoned its obsession with secrecy and decided to do what other countries have been doing for decades: establish a properly funded, publicly accountable team to investigate reports of UAP. Dave Grush was part of that team.
This is a hunt mission for what might somebody be doing in our backyard that we don't know about.
The task force set about investigating these incidents, including more recent events like the odd encounters that took place during naval exercises in 2019 off the coast of San Diego. This video, shot on the USS Omaha and later leaked to documentarian Jeremy Corbell, has received particular attention.
It either zooms off so fast you can't see it or it sinks into the ocean, but it seems to drop. What do you know about it?
It was truly anomalous.
But Grush says the promised new age of government transparency is a fallacy. For starters, he says the videos that have been released are just the tip of the iceberg.
There are many videos that are totally fair to release through a declassification process. And I find it very concerning from a transparency perspective that all that the department has declassified were those 3 famous videos. There are...
And this is the same thing Elizondo has said. I'll pause this for a second. For instance, that craft, that was a triangular craft that was the size of a football field that surfaced next to an aircraft carrier off the east coast of the United States and shot directly up out of sight at phenomenal speeds. That video, for what they have in all the videos, doesn't need to be classified. The only reason they're classifying it is because they're trying to create, lock all of the information up on this one.
More concerning videos that left me with a lot of questions, yeah.
He says there are credible witnesses who could testify to Congress about spacecraft, big spacecraft.
A lot of them were very large, yeah. Like a football field kind of size. And I remember in...
Wait, I just said that, sorry.
Interviewing these personnel, I'm like, either these people are lying to me, they're having a psychotic break, or this is some crazy but true stuff that's happening, and I have no good explanation that's prosaic at all for this, because this is not explainable by, swamp gas, St. Elmo's fire, ball lightning, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is like tangible technical craft they're seeing up close and personal in some cases when I interview people.
And at the centre of it all, the crash retrieval program the government has never publicly acknowledged. A program, Grush says, that's included at least one private aerospace company that is storing alien craft.
Is that true?
That is how a lot of these relationships are. While I don't want to name the specific companies and government elements, but overall, the government has been the custodian of a lot.
Bigelow Aerospace. The facility was known to be storing things. Could be Bigelow, could be Lockheed. We're going to find out.
A lot of this, right? And they'll hand receipt it out to a cleared defense contractor to do some analysis, which I find highly unethical. You have basically a sole source arrangement, and you allow certain private corporate elements to look at this, develop a potential insight, and then sell it back to the government for profit. And I think that's totally unethical.
The problem you've got is there have been categorical denials from high-level officials in the US government, even presidents, that what you're saying is true.
Unfortunately, some elected officials were not brought in.
Only a few weeks ago, 19th of April, the head of the Pentagon's UAP investigations program, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, told Congress AARO, that's the Pentagon's UFO investigation body, has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity, off-world technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics.
While a large number of cases in our holdings remain technically unresolved, this is primarily due to a lack of data associated with those cases.
Was that a lie?
Well, I know Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. I've known him for about 8 years. And, I expressed some concerns to Dr. Kirkpatrick about a year ago and told him what I was starting to uncover. And he didn't follow up with me.
Come on, it's Mr. Fitzpatrick. He's usually called out by Representative Gillibrand. I mean, Senator Gillibrand. Yes, he's a tool, and he's not going to last a year. Let's just say that. We'll move on.
He has my phone number. He could have called me. I hope he ultimately does the right thing. He should be able to make the same investigative discoveries I did. It's totally crazy if he doesn't.
So the implication here is that the head of the very body that Congress has ordered to tell the American public the truth about UAPs is possibly misleading the American public. Do you think the American public is being lied to?
Well, they've been lied to over the years, and I'm hoping that the lies stop.
Coming up, it gets even scarier. The UFO whistleblower says the NHIs aren't all friendly.
Aha! You hear that, Larry?
Yes.
Hi, Larry.
No, they're not all friendly.
Yeah.
That's of course.
I know.
Of course they're not.
They're not all rainbows and unicorns, in other words. That's okay. I've known that. I've dealt with this since I've been a small child. That's why we're having this live stream today. Fortunately or unfortunately. But you know what? Hopefully some of them are good. But we just have to realize they may not have good or evil in their own thing. They may just be who they really are.
Hey, Thomas, I just would remind you, unicorns also have horns.
Yes, and with enough Avi Lube, they can be enjoyable.
Have human beings been hurt or killed by a non-human intelligence?
And guess who they might be working with?
And we're in a
Oh my God, he is not related to Lou. Come on, Chad. Be real.
competition with their adversaries to understand this. And it's a multi-decade Cold War that has been under our nose for so long.
As we come into our next commercial break, for this show. We'll be kicking it up, going.
It's
Hold
been
on, let's
under
get
our
the
nose for so
title card
long.
there, right? There we go. UFO whistleblower speaks. We are not alone. We have never been alone. Wes Decker, what do you have to say about what's going on, my friend?
I'm just engrossed. This is better than I was hoping. I think I find him to be highly credible. I love how frank he's being. And you got to consider, everybody, he's being frank while still honoring his security clearances. And he went through all the steps to get this approved by the DOD to make sure that he was following the letter of the law. So this is a guy that plays by the rules and is trying to do everything he can within the rules to get the story out to us.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful to him.
If I may call to someone in the back, Patrick, what are your thoughts on where we're at with this?
Oh man, I gotta take it from a skeptical point. And one of the things that kind of struck me was they didn't confirm nor deny. They just said, we're not going to stop this guy. I want to believe that this guy's a legitimate whistleblower, but I'm at the same time thinking this time frame is lining up to where, legitimate or not, it's cool that we're hearing it, but I think there's more power behind him coming out than the public would be led to believe. I think a lot of it is because if they came right out and said, hey, we've been fucking lying to you for the last century, and people kill themselves over it, and we've killed people over it, and done all these horrible things, people will be up in arms. But if you have it slowly leak out from credible sources to where eventually you have the same same government that right now is kind of saying, yeah, we did waste 4 years investigating something we knew was fake, it's a lot easier for them to say, yeah, maybe we did cover up 100 years of something because we already don't trust them. But if they came out and said it themselves, we'd have riots in the streets. That would be true.
Oh, we're not going to have riots in the streets, cats and dogs sleeping with each other and all that kind of stuff. We'll get past all of that as time moves on, to say the absolute least. I'm looking forward to see where all of this is definitely going to go. Anyone else have their hand? No one else has their hand up in the back. Let's see if we can jump forward a little bit and see where we're at.
Hey, Thomas, you have 4 hands up back here.
4 hands. Raise. Oh, that's because it's, yes. Andy W., your hand is up. Actually, not Andy. Who was raised hands? Should be 4. Nathan, your hand is up, my friend.
Hey,
welcome to the show.
Thank you. You guys do a really great job covering all this. I've been watching for a while. I just wanted to say News Nation's doing a really good job at kind of producing this, and how mainstream in general is kind of missing out on something similar that they could be producing like a story with. News Nation's doing a fantastic job covering it and making kind of a production out of it. So just wanted to add that thought in there.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for News Nation as well, because what they've been doing is truly a good opportunity to go ahead and bring forward the truth and get past this. And, I'm glad someone's doing it, Nathan. And there were some opportunities that were out there to get to past it, but it's just a matter of being able to realize that, the American people and the people of the world, for that matter, are ready for this. Remember, everybody, please go ahead and subscribe and effing like. My goodness. Yes, we've only got 457 likes with 1,221 people watching this show right now. Do us a favor. If you're having a good time, give us a thumbs up. And if you're not, give us a thumbs down. Yeah, Goofon's got like 7,000 people watching his show right now. Must be coming from third phase of the moon. My goodness. But you know what? He deserves it. Why not? There's a lot of interest in what's going on. LM, your hand is up in the back.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. I wanted to go back to what Grush just said about Sean Kirkpatrick and how he made a comment, and I'm paraphrasing. I'd have to go back and look at it exactly. How he said that he has basically said, you can call me anytime. He's reached out to him. He didn't comment. He didn't call back. And then I also wanted to say that he saw no reason why Kirkpatrick couldn't come to the same investigative deduction or conclusion that he has, which to me suggests that Kirkpatrick actually has more clearance on the level of Grush than we're led to believe.
Yeah.
Well, LM, didn't he say he could move any satellite he wants at the NASA conference?
No, what he said, what Grush just said is that he sees no reason that Kirkpatrick.
I know, but Kirkpatrick also said he can move any satellite he wants anywhere in the world, which means he has Title 50 clearance or even higher than that.
Yeah. Well, the other thing it could mean,
which means he probably has that Title 50.
Well, the other thing it means is that Grush got pushback from all of the official people. He told us that. Yeah. I think what Grush is hinting at is go and do the legwork, Sean, and you'll find the answers just like I did. You don't have to have it come to you. You go get it.
Just remember, everybody, MAGA stands for Let's Make Aliens Great Again. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Wes. Larry, your hands up, my friend.
Yeah, Ellen kind of stole my thunder because that was going to be my point. That if anybody's wondering whether Aro is compromised, there's your answer. I mean, there's no clearer statement that Aro is intentionally obfuscating the truth. So F them.
Yeah, and Sean Fitzpatrick along with it. Peter Panda, your hand up before we get back to this. Commercial's done. We're waiting to get to it. What do you have to bring to us?
Real quickly, I just want to point out that this is my observation. This is the most specific and direct language we've ever heard on this from anyone in a government position.
Yeah. It's deeper and more enticing than what Lou Elizondo said in the past, because rather than talking about it, around it, he's specifically talking to it. On that note, let's get back to We Are Not Alone. The UFO whistleblower speaks. Let's continue.
As News Nation's Brian Enton hosts a live wrap-up right after the special report with exclusive behind-the-scenes insight from the interview. Skeptic or believer? We have multiple expert panels covering every angle next on News Nation.
Yeah, we'll be listening to that after it's over as well. Oh, and by the way, this is Operation Serpo that was detailed by Colonel Corso before he retired. This stuff is real. Granted, you have to take his book, Day After Roswell, with a grain of salt. About 50 to 60% of what's in the Day After Roswell is true information, and that is going to come forward. Now, John Music, I'm letting you in. Remember, do not talk about alien barbecues. Do not mention the stuff that's going on in Missing 411 because the censors kind of don't like that. But we can talk around it. You just have to be creative. There we go. John's in and ABJ is in. All right, let's continue on with this.
In the movies, the aliens are often portrayed as peaceful, even cuddly.
Here.
It would be nice if that were true, but Mr. Grush says it's not.
The common interpretation from some commentators is that there is a non-human species and it's incredibly benevolently well disposed to the human race.
Yeah, and I think that is the logical fallacy there is because they're advanced, they're kind. We'll never really understand full intent in that because we're not them, whatever them is or are. But I think what appears to be malevolent activity has happened based on not only nuclear site probing activities, witness testimony. I think at least if we look at it through a humanistic lens, it does appear negative, at least to us.
I've been told that there have been attempts to bring down craft, that we've acted offensively against non-human craft.
There have been instances, and there are certain techniques.
Have human beings been hurt or killed by a non-human intelligence?
While I can't get into the specifics because that would reveal certain U.S. classified operations, I was briefed by a few individuals on the program that there were malevolent events like that.
Now I'm scared. People have just heard you say non-humans may well have murdered human beings.
Well, how many humans have murdered aliens? Let's take it in truth. And how many humans have killed humans? How many humans have been killed by humans? A lot more. So don't be scared, Ross. It's okay. It's a fraction of what they've done to us than what humanity has done to
I'm wondering
each
if he'll
other.
bring up abductions.
Yes.
That seems to be the case at one point, yeah.
And there's more. Grush says the United States is not the only country that's encountered NHI and their technology. He says our geopolitical rivals have their own crash retrieval programs, which they are also secretly exploiting for military purposes.
We're in a competition with their adversaries to understand this, and it's a multi-decade Cold War that has been under our nose for so long, and there is no good way to level the playing field and hold other nation states accountable if they're doing unethical or illicit activity as it relates to this subject. And I think the obtuse secrecy is actually putting us in a very dangerous position where a country might make a breakthrough. Let's say it's an adversary of ours, and it is so destabilizing.
You say there's been a Cold War behind the scenes with Russia and China.
There has been a Cold War with our peer adversaries, yeah.
Why hasn't Russia or China come out and spoken publicly about this?
I think they're in a similar, pickle as us, where it's they understand maybe some of the socioeconomic destabilization factors in their own society.
But if this non-human intelligence is so advanced, and at least some of them are malevolent, why haven't they destroyed us already? Perhaps some fragile yet combustible détente has been reached. Grush has written an internal document about his discoveries that refers to agreements that risk putting our future in jeopardy.
And it's quite clear that you're talking about agreements between America and non-human intelligences. Have we made agreements with non-human intelligences?
That's the kind of information I really hope national leadership is able to get to the bottom of.
Wow.
Yeah, let's get to the bottom of that.
If they talk about, if they get
I'm
into
not
that,
gonna. Yeah, Arthur Preston is saying boom. It certainly sounds like. I can't say it, but I'm gonna point my finger at it. Yes. What do you think, John Music? Remember, we just have to. If you talk, we got to be careful about the words that we say. YouTube likes to demonetize us if you're talking about alien barbecues. You talk about alien visitations where people take stuff away. But yeah, it's an interesting situation, isn't it, John?
very interesting. Just curious to see if he'll get into abductions that have happened, because that opens up a whole nother can of worms when you talk about abductions and missing people. Especially,
we'll have to figure that kind of stuff out. Just got to be careful for mentioning types of whatever it's going to. Let's talk about aliens coming and pulling people away and taking them out against.
Right, if they tell, okay, we'll say it in a more polite way so you don't get penalized from YouTube. If it turns out that these non-Homo sapien in origin entities are, I don't know what's the most polite way to say it,
pulling people out for visitations without their express consent.
Right, that they're interdimensional, so weapons don't work against them. They can walk through walls. They can do pretty much whatever they want and have been. And there's nothing your military, who we pay a lot of taxes to, this is what I've been discussing on videos for years now, then that opens up a whole nother can of worms. And when you get into people that have gone missing too and children, I don't think he's going to be allowed to talk about that. I think after tonight, there's going to be a very dedicated, concerted effort to continue ignoring him on most of the mainstream news channels, like they've been doing it on CNN last night. There was nothing on their website at all about this. And I think there's going to be a concerted effort by the intel agencies to absolutely destroy him, make up lies about him, and sweep all this under the rug.
They've already been trying to do that, John, and hopefully this is the kind of stuff that's needing to get out there, get people behind them. Quick thing, Jimmy Schmidt, that's why we have Galians. You never know what's up with all of their Avi Lube. Just saying, got to have fun with it. Let's continue on with this.
I need to pin you down on this. Are there agreements between non-human intelligences and the American government?
I think that's a question that I would like to know all the details of as well.
We do know of at least one agreement.
Wait a minute. He would like to know all of the details of. In other words, there are agreements between humanity and the non-human intelligence, but he just wants to find out the details on it, which was something all of us would like to find out about, West.
Yeah, so let's just, again, this requires the utmost seriousness from every level of our government and transparency. So everybody who's listening, you need to be asking your congresspeople and your senators and the White House if you live in the United States, and your governments if you live outside the United States, what is going on, because these accusations have to be addressed. You cannot just let these sit. This is important.
I guess it goes back to the LBJDQ period plus. Let's continue on with this amazing story.
Among humans, that's worth noting. This 1971 agreement between the US and the USSR on measures to reduce the risk of nuclear war. Whether or not you believe Dave Grush, this document proves the two superpowers were aware that UAP existed, whatever they were.
If you look at UFOs. Article 3 of that treaty, it talks about unidentified objects near nuclear facilities or interfering with communications. And that is a treaty that has been used, from what I understand, to notify each other if there's a concerning event.
And that's a way of saying to the Russians, hey, don't shoot at us. It's not us.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a concern because of the secrecy. There is an environment where you could have almost like a false flag, where true
wait, what is that headline? Whistleblower, people have been murdered to protect U.S. government secrets. What?
What?
What? Right here. Hello? Whistleblower. He hasn't said that yet, but my God, I can't wait to hear this one.
They're jumping the gun. He's about to say it, obviously.
Would you look at that? We have 1,328 people watching the show, only 552 likes. Do us a favor, folks. Hit it. Let's hit that. Give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying the show. And if not, give us a thumbs down. I'll take one or the other. Please give us a thumbs up or one way. It's the only way we're going to get more people to see this show on YouTube. Thank you very much.
UAP situation could be contrived as, a provocation of something from a nation state, and we want to de-escalate that.
If this is true, if the stakes are so high, if the fate of the human race is at stake, perhaps it's no surprise to hear Grush say the US government will do anything to keep these secrets safe.
Can I put it to you that crimes must have been committed?
At the very least, I saw substantiative evidence that white-collar crime was committed.
Have people been killed to protect this secret?
Based on the people I talked to, that was an ongoing concern. Yeah, unfortunately, I've heard some really un-American things I don't want to repeat right now.
So you have a strong suspicion that people have been murdered to protect this secret?
Over the years, yeah.
Coming up, a reality check.
Son of a gun, did they kill Stanton Friedman?
It's time to put our whistleblower's credibility to the test.
Kill? Everybody watching this right now is looking at your face. Mm-hmm. They're going, is this guy for real?
Unbelievable, freaking shocking. This blows 60 minutes, and their expose over a year and a half ago out of the water. Larry, you're the first person with your hand up. Take it, my friend.
Well, gosh, I don't know quite what to say.
Larry, do you think this is going to trigger another 60 Minutes episode, or is 60 Minutes going to completely ignore this, or be warned or threatened to ignore this guy completely?
I can't predict that. I'm not very good at predicting.
Hey, Larry,
this guy is impeccable. His credentials are impeccable. What he's saying.
That's why they're afraid of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the main reason I think that they're going to try everything in their power across primetime mainstream news and the intel agencies that are in cahoots with them to destroy this guy after tonight in every way possible. They're going to put out ridiculous videos of fake alien videos and then reveal it to be a hoax, make the whole subject look like a joke, talk bad things about him. I think he's going to be destroyed after this.
I don't think so. At least I hope not. And I think we're going to find more people coming out soon. So I think.
But John, you don't know who's backing him. I've been told very high credible people are backing him, and the Pentagon does not want to piss those people off.
But here,
good. I like to hear that. That's what we need to hear. I hope sincerely that is true.
Let me make one more appeal again, because there was some debate here in the chat. reach out to your congresspeople and your senators in the White House. It does make a difference. And I can tell you, if you don't do anything, then nothing will get done. But if we reach out in support of what he's saying and demand the answers, then they're going to have to listen. That is the way the system works. Now, granted, there are powerful interests that are going to be pulling behind the scenes to try to sway things, but at a certain point, the people still have a voice in this matter. And I think right now is our time. And if we don't act, we're screwing it up. So let's all try to do our part if we can. That's all I have to say on that. Patrick?
Yeah, so just one quick thing I wanted to add with this. We remember when Lou had gone to San Martino, he'd gone to Italy to discuss a few things. This has been in the works for a bit. This isn't anything that's brand new that's coming out. There were a lot of pieces of the puzzle that were left on the table, but what this is doing is this is opening up the opportunity for, as he had said, there's a few people that back him. And basically this is the open-handed threat of saying, you listen,
Frankie,
you disclose.
relax. We'll get back to it. There's a commercial break. Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay. All I was saying is that this opens up the opportunity for those that are in doubt in the government to say, look, you either start to disclose or I start to disclose. And the fact of his credibility, he's protecting his sources. They know that he doesn't have to have firsthand experience. He knows the people that do, and those in power know that he's not playing games. So he has the evidence of the people that are important. It's just that he doesn't have to show his hand yet. He's still doing the proper thing of maintaining his, as you said, he's a level 50 security. This guy's really friggin' high. So.
Yeah. Absolutely. I agree with you completely. Peter Pander, your hand is up, my friend, as we try to jump forward to the beginning of the queue and what's going on.
So as I'm just watching this, I'm thinking this. Either we have three options here. Either all of this is true, some of this is true, or none of this is true. And if it's either of those two first options, either all of it's true or some of it's true, it's the biggest news story of the last 100 years without question. And the only thing I'm wondering is, he said multiple people tell him this. So always when multiple people tell you something, they're not going to get something right, or you're not going to convey anything right. So what we have to be a little careful here is, if we find any little thread that may not be exactly right, it doesn't mean the entire baby goes out with bathwater, but also we have to also look skeptically about it too.
Thank you, Peter. John.
All right, next person with your hand up as we get back to the show here. Thank you, Peter. Larry, your hand is up, my friend.
I just wanted to make a real quick point that if there was an agreement made, and we'll get into that, but it means that we can communicate with them. So there was some question about whether we can communicate with them. Yes, we can.
Yes, absolutely. And finally, last but not least, John Music, before we get back to the continuing this great show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think after tonight, we will find out how serious the government and the new media is taking this. If they try to destroy him, are they going to cover it? Is the New York Times and Washington Post going to cover this? What about ABC and NBC News, which has completely ignored this? So has the President of the United States. Very disappointing. And also, we need more of these high-level people to come back him up. Not just Mr. Nell, but we need more very high-level people to come on mainstream news over the next week or two, keep the story going, and back Mr. Grush up completely, and say that everything he's saying is absolutely 100% true. If we don't have that, it'll get swept under the rug, and the AI algorithms on the search results and on Twitter and Google will continue downgrading it, and people around here.
I don't think this ain't gonna slow down, John. This is gonna pick up and take off.
I hope you're right, but the past 5 or 6 days, I've asked a couple of hundred people, very intelligent, well-educated people around here in the Atlanta area. Not a single person has heard anything about it. Not even one.
I live in Atlanta too, John.
Yeah, nobody has heard about it at all. Not even one person.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it will be. Let's go ahead and continue on with this.
And they watch the news every single day.
Yeah, here we go, guys.
You ask around where Swan lives. I bet they hear about it around him.
Here we go, everybody.
No, they don't.
Let's talk about what Dave Grush doesn't have. He doesn't have smoking gun documents or photos. He doesn't have official confirmation of his claims. He's just a guy talking on camera, and a lot of his answers to our most pointed questions sound like this.
Can you comment?
Unfortunately, I cannot.
So who is this guy really?
I don't want fame or fortune. I'm just here to provide public leadership on an issue that I uncovered, and I thought it was totally outrageous.
News Nation has confirmed through multiple sources that Dave Grush is who he says he is, an Air Force veteran from Pittsburgh who worked in military intelligence and was part of the UAP task force. Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up?
No, I'm not a disgruntled employee. I resigned on my own accord because I thought altruistically it's more appropriate to show thought leadership on the outside on this now, because I hit an impasse within the government to try to right this wrong.
So I've got to be blunt about this.
Yeah.
You're not making this up. This is
No.
not a lie.
No, absolutely not.
Because everybody watching this right now is looking at your face. They're going, is this guy for real?
I am for real. And I'm sitting here at great personal risk and obvious professional risk by talking to you today.
You've told us that we really are not alone. Even though you believe what you say is true, you haven't been fed disinformation. It's a common thing in intelligence for governments to mislead.
Yeah, I was very sensitive to that fact. Was this some kind of ruse against me? Am I being used in any kind of way? And I took about 4 years being very methodical before I filed my whistleblower complaint to be absolutely certain of these basic facts.
So take me through the process of how you convinced yourself that this is real.
Well, based on the credentialed people that came to me, some of these subjects provided me sensitive foreign intelligence to read, sensitive program documents and photographs to evaluate, and then described in very specific detail how all this worked. And they were telling me the exact, extremely specific details that it all checked out. Yeah.
You know, the thing I have trouble with, it's the fact that my experience as a journalist is it's very hard for governments to keep secrets. Most things leak. Your government leaks like a sieve. Why hasn't this leaked?
Well, I've certainly been the recipient of a lot of U.S. government secrets, and I can tell you they've never seen the light of day. That's for sure. And I guess ostensibly this has leaked like a sieve for decades, but it was a very sophisticated disinformation campaign where they have allowed some of the truth to come out through some of their trade crafts, but they've disenfranchised people, they've stigmatized it, they made it like this total wacky thing to talk about. So anybody who may come forward with that kind of information is looked like a total tinfoil hat guy, because it's a perfect amalgamation of disinformation to just make it look crazy.
The best reason to believe Dave Grush may be this document. Remember that whistleblower complaint he filed? It would seem it hasn't fallen on deaf ears.
So the Inspector General of the Intelligence Services of the United States has the information you've got.
Yes.
And more importantly, the Inspector General made a determination about the credibility of your complaint.
They found, after interviewing myself and the subjects and other subjects that I'm not even cognizant on who they were, they found my complaint urgent and credible for the intelligence committees.
The word credible is important.
Yes.
You appreciate. So an official investigatory
UFO hearings will be within 2 weeks, if not sooner. Probably sooner at this point, because they said within 2 weeks days ago.
body of the United States government has determined that your allegations are credible.
Correct.
Coming up, if it is true, then what? What are we going to do if the biggest secret on the planet is now out in the open? And what are they going to do?
How will the non-human intelligence react?
There you go. How will the NHI react? Sawan, you have your hand up, my friend.
So Schellenberg's article, where we heard very detailed information of the craft, that was a warning shot to the IC that they better fuss up or they are going to come forward, the people in the program.
Looking forward to it. Are you, Swan?
Absolutely. So it's really back in the government's court of what they want to do within these 2 weeks.
Yeah. I just want to call out Rob Heatherly. If you're watching the show, join the back chat, please. I'd love to have you on this show, right, Swan?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Next person, Patrick Fogarty, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to add to that real quick, Rob. We do miss you, bud, and I know that there's a lot of things that we don't all agree on, but you were here for reasons of what we did agree on. One thing I do want to touch on with this, it's fantastic tonight that we're having a long-form interview, but honestly, have we heard anything new come out that we didn't get to see in the previews? I don't hear anything other than, oh, I have sources, but I can't talk. I have sources, but I can't
There's
talk.
been some new things coming out, and it's seeing everything in context
why are
rather
you
than a
dogging
bunch of little bites. Swan?
Why are you dogging on him, Patrick?
I'm not dogging on him at all. All I'm dogging on is the buildup of what we were given. I'm not dogging on him. There's truth in broadcasting, so on, and I think that there was a lot that was given in the preamble leading up to this that led us to believe that we were going to see some evidence tonight, where there's an extension of information. But as someone that's truly wanting to know, like yourself and myself,
My God,
everything
another
had been given
person
out.
saying this is a nothing burger.
Well,
This
Patrick-
is much more than just a nothing burger, I tell you.
Patrick, I would say that the big drop that he is that he's aware and wants details on the agreements we have with the NHIs. That was brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's pretty
there's some
big.
good stuff. Come on, Rob. Come on up. Got a bunch of people asking to come up. If you were out there, Rob, text him, so on. Maybe he'll listen to you more than he will to me. Maybe he's got things going on, but it was great hanging out with Rob on Twitter Spaces last night, and you as well. Yes. So let's continue on with this. Here we go. Ready? Ready, West?
I'm ready.
All right. Let's do it, everybody. Here we go.
Still have questions about
Oh.
UFOs? Stay
Blah,
tuned.
blah, blah.
This News
Here we
Nation's
go.
Brian Ensign hosts a
Controllable movement. If you're oh God, that was a commercial. They cheated on us. Let's get back again. Up.
Only $20 a month.
20 miles a month on Singular Save. Blah
For
blah blah
limited
blah
time,
blah
get
blah blah
$20
blah
off the
blah.
Z-Max 11.
And here we go. Here we go.
This is one of the gravest constitutional crises for your country ever.
Absolutely.
Give me some hope here.
Yeah.
There are good people.
There are very good people, and I want that message to be crystal clear. Let's not demonize holistically the U.S. government. There's a whole army of people that want change. I am one of tens, if not hundreds, of individuals within the government on these programs that would like a change.
What kind of change does David Grush want? As he's said here tonight, he wants the NHI technology to be shared so the rest of the world can benefit from it.
And I use nuclear weapons or nuclear physics as an example. It's an acknowledged program. We have nuclear weapons. You don't get to know the designs, but nuclear physics holistically is unclassified. Academia studies it. And why would you suppress basic astrophysics, astrobiology, other hard and soft sciences broadly? It's totally nuts.
Grush has left the government. He wasn't part of URO during the most recent congressional hearings when still more UAP were revealed, including this one captured by a drone in the Middle East in 2022.
There it goes.
His whistleblower case will take months to conclude. In the meantime, he says he's starting a scientific foundation. And he's willing to speak to anyone in Washington who has the clearance and the desire to hear the classified information he could not share here.
I make myself available to Secretary Austin, DNI Haynes, who was a recipient of my complaints. I'm happy to further brief elected officials on the specific ecosystem of secrecy down to the fine details.
Whoever they are. How will the non-human intelligence react to the revelation that human beings now know they're here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the non-human intelligences have been around for a while, at least multiple decades in modern history, and they've allowed ourselves to annihilate ourselves, genocide, war, famine, etc. So at the very least, I think they're kind of neutral on what humans decide to do with their free will.
And as for how we, the human race, will react to his story, here Grush evinces that quintessentially human characteristic: optimism.
I don't have this utopian ideology that this is going to, solve world problems, stop war entirely. But all I want is a moment of pause and to see if the subject unites us, as we've obviously become more divided over the last couple of decades.
Because, if anything else, what you're revealing may mean we all start thinking of ourselves not as American, Australian, Russian, Chinese, but as human.
Human family. I think that's totally the right term, yeah.
Wow. Okay. That was an awkward silence there at the end. Is this the end of it? Wow. 7 hours total. Remember what? Actually, I guess apparently they did an initial recording of 3 or 4 hours, followed by another 3 recordings just in case something happened. They did a retake of their first interview. Let's go ahead and see what's coming on now and who's going to be there for part of this additional conversation afterwards. West?
I just want to say thank you, Ross Coldhart, and thank you, News Nation, and definitely thank you, David Grush.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody in the audience who's been here so far. 1,352 concurrent viewers right now with only 693 likes. Do us a favor. Let's see if we can get this thing up to 1,000 likes. That'd be the most likes we've ever gotten so far. Come on, folks. The only way you're going to be able to do that is to reach down. It's easy. It's free. It's cheap. Hit that thumbs up. Would love to go ahead and see that. Go ahead and jump up. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate all the love and support coming in. Now let's get back to this broadcast.
So now we are going to attempt to process this all together. Hey, everybody, I'm Brian Enton. I'm live at the News Nation headquarters in Chicago. Whether you are a UFO believer...
Yeah, News Nation comes out of WGN, world's greatest newspaper. Thank God they put this station together and they've stuck through it.
A skeptic or someone somewhere in the middle, which I think is most of us. We know that conversation with the UFO whistleblower, it was a lot to take in. So for the next hour, we're going to digest it all together. We've got military officials who say that they have seen unidentified aerial phenomena joining us live. They're going to be with us. Also, you're going to hear from lawmakers who are taking whistleblower David Grush.
Wait a minute. Is that the additional whistleblowers, Swan, we're hoping for?
I think it's going to be Dietrich.
Let's find out.
Just claimed seriously. Everything that you just heard, this is now going to result in a congressional hearing. Congress people say there will be a hearing over all of this. And the very credible reporter who broke the story tells us about other sources that she has who she says back up Grush and everything that he said. We want to start tonight with the journalist who sat with David Grush for hours, Ross Coulthart. He joins us live now. Ross, incredible interview. We checked into David Grush's credentials. We did our own due diligence here at News Nation. All of his credentials stack up, but there's nothing like actually sitting down with someone, looking them in the eye for hours face to face to really get a read on them. Why do you say that David Grush is so believable here?
Look, the most persuasive thing for me is the simple fact that I was introduced to Mr. Grush by people who told me about him from within the legacy UAP crash retrieval program. I wrote a book about this subject a couple of years ago, and because of the contacts that I made in the course of researching that book, I became aware of the existence of the crash retrieval program, and I became aware of the existence of Mr. Grush, who was basically conducting his investigations for the UAP task force. I've known about him for some time, and many people have vouched for his credibility, and indeed I've heard nothing but good about him.
The number one thing that I've heard, Ross, my friends have been texting me for the last hour. First of all, they've been riveted by your interview, but most of my friends have texted me, look, I'm skeptical because I want to see proof. I'm going to remain skeptical until I can actually see some evidence of this.
I can assure you and your viewers, Mr. Grush wants you to see the proof that he has seen. The difficulty is that the crazy thing about ARROW, which is the current investigative body that is supposedly charged with investigating the phenomenon, is that the Congress has mandated that the public get to know the truth. But the Pentagon has neutered the very body that it's trusted to do these investigations. It doesn't have the Title 50 classified information access that Mr. Grush had. Because of Mr. Grush's extraordinarily high security classification, he was allowed to see, hear, and read things and talk to people who Congress isn't even allowed to talk to, and who members of ARROW, the Pentagon's supposed UFO investigation body, aren't allowed to talk to. And so he wants you all to see that evidence. And so that's the reason why he's gone to the Inspector General with his reprisal complaint, who referred him on to the Congress, and he's given evidence detailing all of that information to the extent that he can to those confidential committees in secret hearings, the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. And it's that information that he now wants brought out, hopefully in an open, transparent public hearing.
It's a good point you make that ARROW, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, they're the ones who are supposed to be investigating the UFOs. He claims they don't even have the information that they need. They don't even really know what's going on. But I've got to ask you, do you, I mean, you've been studying this stuff for a long time. Do you believe everything that he said? Because I kind of walked away from it thinking, like, some of it I found to be believable. Other parts I felt more skeptical of. Do you think everything he says is truth?
Look, it's ultimately impossible for you and me to test his claims. What he wants is for his claims to be tested. He wants us to be skeptical. The reason he's come forward is because he's frustrated that what's happening at the moment is the Pentagon, frankly, is engineering a cover-up. It's lying to the American public. I can say that because I'm an Australian. Throw me in jail if you like. But the simple fact is, your Pentagon, your Department of Defense is lying to you. And I know that because I've spoken to people in the program who tell me that what Mr. Grush is telling you is the truth. And the huge frustration that he and indeed some of his own colleagues who are still in ARROW feel is that you, the American public, deserve the truth. Now, the thing that I really respect and admire, I trained as a lawyer as a younger man, and I love and respect the American Constitution. You have transparency and accountability controls in your Congress that are absolutely magnificent. And people like Dave Grush, he's only one of an enormous number of people who've now come forward and indicated their willingness to give evidence to the Congress. They've given evidence in secret to those committees in the Congress. The Congress already has this information. There are members of your so-called Gang of Eight, the people who are entrusted in your Congress with the most sensitive secrets, who I know what Mr. Grush is telling them. And it's incumbent on the American public to demand of your government not the secrets of how this technology works. I can understand why you might want to keep that confidential. I'm told that the technology that is represented by these devices is a dreadful weapon. It could do terrible things. It could destroy the planet. So I can see the need to classify that aspect of it. But I think the fact that there's been an 80 to 90 year cover-up that has concealed
Hold on
just
a second,
from the
hold
American
on. You hear that, Larry? Bringing out the technology could destroy the planet if the wrong stuff is brought out, which that's what I've been saying for the longest time. Quick thing bringing out.
I mean,
do you
just
believe
like nuclear, Thomas? But it's if I can reply to you, it's just like nuclear. But the other thing is, I heard
much bigger than nuclear.
I heard Grush say that he wants this technology to be able to come out to the public and be studied by all countries, and all humanity benefit from it. So I love David Grush.
Absolutely. Quick, we got a survey going. I'm about to bring it to an end in the next minute. Do you believe whistleblower David Grush? So far, 88% of our audience is saying yes. 12% is saying no, with 226 votes in, with over 1,000 people still in the chat. Come on, folks, let us know. Hey, Google, set a timer for 30 seconds. And I'm going to take this poll down. 30 seconds starting now. Come on, folks, this is your opportunity to go ahead and cast your vote. Do you believe David Grush? Do you think what he's bringing forward is the truth? And if it is, please go ahead and give us a vote with only 15 seconds left before I take this vote down. Go ahead, and this is your chance to go ahead and settle the difference one way or the other. And I look forward to seeing where this is going to go. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're going to end the poll. Thank you very much, audience. I appreciate that. Coming in with the final numbers for this poll. Quick one that we got. Do you believe whistleblower David Grush, out of 291 votes, 87% is saying yes, and I'll take that as an overwhelming yes. My goodness. Let's go ahead and continue on with his analysis.
Public, but from the world, the existence of these craft, the existence of multiple species of non-human intelligence, and moreover, the most important thing, the technologies. I've spoken to people in the legacy program who have told me it's getting nowhere. They're not getting the scientific advancements they want, even though they have this technology in front of them, because they don't have the ability to share this information with other scientists. That's the key issue.
It's just so much. Look, I get that this is what you have done for a long time, and you know the ins and outs. For people on the outside, it's so much for us to take in. I was just thinking about, 20 years ago, you were thought to be kind of crazy if you talked about UFOs. The government said there was no program at all. It wasn't really until 2020 that they opened up and said they did have a secret program all those years looking into things, even released some videos. Earlier this week, Ross, I interviewed Leslie Kean, a very respected journalist, broke some of those stories in the New York Times back in 2020 about that secret government program. Also broke this story involving the whistleblower David Grush. She says, much like you, that she has other sources too, sources who don't even know David Grush, who back up what he says. I want you to listen to what she said, and we'll talk about it afterwards.
I believe it because of all the sources I have who have told me the same thing. So who am I to doubt these very, very high-level people who have been inside these programs for decades, have done their work, and are all telling me the same thing? I mean, I don't think there's some kind of conspiracy among all these people who don't know each other to make something like this up.
And something else I think is significant is that David Grush, the whistleblower's attorney who represented him through this process, is the former inspector general to the intelligence community. So would he really take on a case like this with his reputation if he didn't believe it to be true? I think that's an important side to all of this. But in terms of what Leslie said, Ross, do you also have sources totally separate from Grush who back up what he said?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, I was first introduced to the existence of the crash retrieval program by a great American called Nat Kovitz, who was the former head of research and development, the chief geek, if you like, for the US Navy. And Nat, God bless him, was dying from cancer, but he made a decision very close towards his end to tell me the truth. And I put part of that into my book, but I didn't reveal the full extent of what I was told. I was introduced by Nat to people who led me to other people who were working in the legacy program. And that's why I'm so sure that this is real. And it's why I'm so disappointed that the oversight controls in your Congress don't appear to have worked, because incredibly, the scientists say they don't think that the Congress, even the presidents, have always been told the truth about this. That's the thing that concerns them, that there's been this secret program going on, funded by you, the US taxpayer, at enormous expense. And yet the whole thing has been kept secret from most people in the Congress, particularly from the oversight committees that actually have the right and the responsibility to know about programs like this. And I know for a fact presidents have been denied presidents have been denied briefings on this stuff. And I guess as somebody who's legally trained, I just think that's appalling. It represents a breakdown in the accountability controls in your government. People have exceeded their authority. And I'll tell you one thing that really shocked me. One person in the program told me that they refer to the president of the United States is not briefed in most cases, into the program because he is, quote, a temporary employee. The arrogance of these people is palpable. That's what shocks me. There are...
And this has been described to me from someone high up in this, that, Andrino, Tio, please stop spamming. I appreciate that. Please stop spamming. We'll get into this. So it really comes down to understanding who's saying this, where the information is coming from, and we're going to move forward on this. And it's just a matter of fact. We will get pictures and videos as time goes on, but remember, everything that we want to get access to is all disguised under the umbrella of national security. And eventually, some of this stuff is going to come out. Larry?
You're muted, Larry.
Okay, so Ross said that we're getting nowhere with this technology by keeping it secret. But at the same time, he's agreeing that it must be classified. So I think what he's proposing, and I may agree with this, is that he's proposing that we bring in all the scientists that we can think of and clear them and give them access to this technology. I would go a step further. I want this technology brought out for the entire human race and worked on. I know there's some pushback on that. People are saying things like, I don't want China to have this kind of technology. Well, my response is I want China and us to be friends. I want all countries to be friends. And why can't we be friends? Well, because we're fighting over resources right now.
Well, we're fighting over resources. We're fighting over land. We're fighting over the South China Sea. And that does come down to fighting resources, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Peter Panda, your hand's up, my friend.
Yes, I just wanted to agree with West. I think that we do need to lean on our representatives to get this information declassified. And I know everyone wants evidence. I do too. But I just want to say, consider this. In 1976, the U.S. Navy discovered the megamouth shark. It's the third largest shark in the world, and they classified it. They classified an entire species of shark, hid it from the world, because it got brought up in an anchor chain and they didn't want their operations to be compromised. So if the military is willing to classify an entire species of shark, then certainly this is going to be something that's going to be very hard for David Grush to bring this information out to us. And I think we need to cut him some slack, give him the benefit of the doubt, and let's go after this information, get it declassified, then we can make judgments.
And this is the only way, truthfully, we're going to be able to move things forward. And thank God someone has stepped up. They've stepped out of their job in the DOD and willing to go ahead and try and bring forward the truth. We have another super chat coming in, believe it or not, one from Lord Williams saying, amazing show tonight, Thomas. Please smash that like button. And also from Brodog J. Brodog, join the conversation in the back if you can. Call your representatives in Congress, whether it's from the House of Representatives or in the Senate. Call them and tell them what you think. A very important message from someone who's been spreading that good position to a lot of people on Twitter. Thank you for sharing that out, and thank you for the super chat, Brodog J. Absolutely. Wes, your hand is up, my friend.
First of all, wow, Peter, I did not know that story about them classifying the existence of that shark. That's amazing. So here's the other thing that is just becoming clear to me. Listen to Ross, listen to Leslie. What they are telling us is that they have multiple contacts who work in this program, who work with these alien craft. They have insiders who are coming to them. This gives me so much more hope, because that means the people who have been hiding this, or at least who are working on this and know what's up, are sick of the secrecy, and they're trying to get this out. This is going to come from pressure from the outside and from the inside. So Brodog and everybody, Peter, let's do what these guys are recommending. Let's reach out and put the pressure from our side on our senators, on the media, and on the White House, and let's get this nut cracked. Because God, this is amazing. We've got all of the components of this being able to finally come out.
This is amazing.
Good morning. But anyway, I'm excited. So
absolutely. SOG Pilot, your hand is up, my friend. Welcome back, Bill.
Yeah, hi, thank you, and always a pleasure to be on. Joining a little bit late, but I did listen to a lot of your conversation, a lot of great comments. I only wanted to make a brief comment about the intelligence community and the nature of it, since I was part of the intelligence community for several years. And one of my observations back then, and it's been a while, is that I noticed it was very fragmented. There's, I don't know, 17 or 18 different intelligence entities, both military and then the civilian side, law enforcement. And there's this belief, I guess, or assumption in the American public that all of these entities are coordinating with each other. As information is being fed, it's being centralized and dealt with in some organized fashion. But my observation is it's quite the opposite, that these entities do not necessarily coordinate or speak with one another. There's actually rivalries between these different intelligence entities. And even within particular intelligence entities, there's fragmentation because you have compartmented access. Like in my case, I had a sensitive compartmented information access for TS, and that meant that I was only able to access programs that I was dealing with, and I didn't have access to other programs. And so when someone in the intelligence community who you think should know something about what Grush is disclosing, when they say they don't know, have no knowledge of it, or don't believe it, they may be telling the truth, because they probably don't have cross coordination with that particular agency. And the other observation I've made in recent years is that the intelligence community went from being multiple organizations that collect, analyze, and report data to actually being in the driver's seat to affect policy. And that's a dangerous our country to be in, where these intelligence agencies are actually trying to affect policy. And in some cases through, I'll use the word extortion, or threatening political officials that they're going to disclose information about those officials. And so it's really a dangerous time, I think, in the intelligence world. I do think that Grush has a lot of courage coming forward. He does have an uphill battle, because there are going to be some of those entities that are going to work quite, I think, with a lot of energy against him. So we'll see as time goes by what kind of information comes out to corroborate what it is he's saying. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you very much, Bill, for bringing that information forward. It's absolutely poignant, and I appreciate that. Larry?
I was just going to mention, piggybacking on what West said, that there are additional witnesses that are actually eyewitnesses to these programs and these crafts. And these are the people that Ross is afraid for. I don't know if you saw his most recent interview, but he was saying that he's actually afraid. And he says, in some of these cases, I'm afraid. Well, what he's referring to is not Grush, but the actual eyewitnesses. He's afraid their lives are in danger.
Absolutely. Thanks for that insight. Let's go ahead and continue on with this analysis.
Cadre of people who have taken it upon themselves to keep a secret for no good reason. The public have a right to know that people are engaging with a non-human intelligence on this planet.
Let me ask you this, Ross. When sorry to interrupt you, but when David Grush talked about quite a number, that was his quote, quite a number of these non-human craft that exist out there that are in storage, were you able to nail him down on that anymore? I mean, is it a couple? Are there dozens? Do we know what he meant?
Look, I have a very good idea of how many there are, but David, in the interview with me, explained that he doesn't want the public to know yet because he doesn't want our adversaries to know. He doesn't want the Russians or the Chinese to know too much about how advanced the Americans are in terms of what they've been able to recover. And that's because I know from my own sources, the Russians particularly, but probably also the Chinese, have also recovered non-human technology. What's been going on, Brian, is a secret Cold War, a battle between the great powers to gain control of this technology and to master it. And the terrible thing is, if you think about the fact that your president controls a technology that can literally destroy the planet, nuclear weapons, and we've known that these UAPs are interfering with these nuclear sites. There's a great book about this by a friend of mine, Robert Hastings. But the thing that really does worry me is that there's a real risk. If the public don't know this, if military commanders don't know this, there's a real risk of an escalation where a UAP is confused for an enemy attack, and we end up with a situation where nuclear missiles are launched by mistake.
Yeah, listen, I hear what you're saying, but when you talk about a Cold War and secret non-human craft in multiple countries, it's hard to wrap your mind around and to think that something like that could really remain a secret all of this time with social media and camera phones.
Take everything you know, my friend, put it in a little box and put it up on the shelf and act like it doesn't exist and open your mind to the possibility. Remember, over 90% of the money that's being spent on these black budget programs is not for the people or the funding what they're doing. It's for the security to keep it quiet, right, West?
Yeah, and let me kind of just point out to everybody, especially for people who are more into this topic. This dialogue that we're witnessing right here between Ross and this other reporter, this is important to be empathetic to what's going on, because this is going to be the conversations that are going to be happening with probably some of our friends and family and with people as they try to get up to speed. Because what Ross is doing is he's into this. He knows what's going on, and he's trying to give us as much information as possible. But then you're hearing from this other reporter, he's like, slow down, this is too much for me. Can you go back to the part where you said there are aliens? And so so let's all try to just kind of learn from this and realize we may be way more up to speed on this than most people, and we may have to dial it back a little bit when we're trying to share this with people, because they may need a little bit of help catching up to speed.
What do you mean they've been lying to us? Our government doesn't tell us the truth? Did they waste all this money on stuff like for researching UFOs when we thought it was all fake? Oh, they were lying to us since 1947, huh? That's the whole thing where we've got to get to. Let's continue on with this. Thank you for your insight, Wes and Larry.
And everyone pretty much knowing everything these days. Ross, stay there. We're going to keep you part of the conversation. I want to bring in two people who say they've actually seen UAP, essentially UFOs firsthand. We've all seen it in the video, too. The Pentagon shared it publicly. Sean Cahill is a former Navy chief who saw the so-called Tic Tac in 2004, and Alex Dietrich is a retired Navy lieutenant commander who also saw the Tic Tac. That video is unbelievable. It's really an honor to have both of you with us tonight. First of all, I want to ask you, Alex, first, what did you make of David Grush's story? I know you've seen the interview. Do you find it believable?
There's a lot to unpack there. I'm not familiar with the sources that he's referring to. I'm certainly not familiar with the hard evidence, the data, or any physical evidence that he referred to there. But what I do know is that I saw something strange in 2004, November 14, 2004. It's been referred to as the Nimitz encounter or the Tic Tac incident. And when we reported it at the time, and in years since, even today, it's my understanding that air crew operators, folks who see something, don't have a good protocol. They don't have a good process to report it. So you ride the subway and you see a billboard that says, if you see something, say something. There's an easy way to report a suspicious package. But if you're seeing something in the sky that doesn't make sense, looks out of place, especially around a military exercise or near a civilian city center, especially with the events of 9/11 still so fresh in our hearts and our minds, we need to have a protocol in place. We need to have folks who are dedicated in a system to report these and analyze these unidentified phenomenon.
Yeah, and that seems to be the bigger issue here, regardless of whether you're a skeptic or a believer. The problem here seems to be that we don't have a system, a good, real, honest system where people can come forward who are in the military and actually report things and not to be made to look crazy and that kind of thing. Sean, I have to ask.
Quick thing, really quick. We should have a website up that's enabling people in the military and the government and all those who understand this to come forward. But it's been sitting on the desk of Ronald Moultrie, who's the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, since before Christmas. And that hasn't been brought up yet because someone is telling him to sit on the approval to get that website up and going because the DOD does not want the truth coming forward. And honestly, as we have to say, as Ronald Moultrie, you're breaking the law. You need to step down, sir.
You, when you first saw the Tic Tac, along with a number of other people in the area and who were on the ship, I mean, did people take you seriously? Did you feel like you were being made fun of, or did you feel like the military was open to hearing what you guys actually saw?
During the week of that exercise, we took it very seriously. There was no real ridicule on board until after the fact, when we were all trying to figure out what had happened. That was when we were making jokes and making light of the situation. But during the situation, we took it very seriously because there was an unknown aircraft in the vicinity of our battle group. I have to say that I cannot say with assurance that what I saw was the same thing that Commander Fravor or Commander Dietrich saw. I saw 5 to 7 lights in the sky move in a pattern that I'd never seen before throughout at that point decade of my career, and now 20 years worth, that seems commensurate with UAP. But I can say that this is something I followed for the last 5 years since the 2017 article came out, and I've worked diligently at it, usually 24/7, as we say. This is a very present phenomenon now. It is not just that strange thing that I saw in the sky one time.
I think the difference here, though, Ross, is when Sean and Alex talk about what they saw, we've got the video to back it up. And we've now got accounts from a number of people in the military who saw the very same thing. So it's easy to accept that. It's hard to go from seeing this video and saying, okay, this is not explainable and clearly there's something strange going on, to we have these crafts in our possession, we have bodies, there is a secret Cold War. I just think it's hard to make that leap for Americans when there's no hard evidence, when we can't see video or pictures.
I completely agree with you. And I think that's why Mr. Grush is saying that people need to get Congress to hold the hearings where this evidence can be brought to light. He's not expecting people to believe him straight off, frankly. He's hoping that people will be skeptical. But what he's hoping, and what I think a lot of people are hoping, is that Congress will suddenly find the courage to start demanding answers, because I know evidence has been presented to Senate committees particularly, and I know that there's been meetings in the Congress attended by senators where information has been discussed relating to the crash retrieval program. And I also, by the way, have information that suggests the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, attended at least one of these meetings. So I think the president probably, or at least his most senior advisor, does know. And we're in a situation now where it's incumbent on the Congress and the president to be open about the fact that it doesn't appear to be forthcoming with that evidence. So what needs to happen, I think, is for there to be a public push and I think also engagement by the media. There's been a terrible failure of the media here, where they've accepted the disinformation line that's been put by the different intelligence services that have tried to shut this issue down. And there's been a lamentable failure of investigative media. I mean, when I started doing my book, I expected to disprove the phenomenon. I thought I was going to find a black project, some kind of secret project in working with high-tech aerospace. And it turned out it wasn't American technology or Russian or Chinese. It was something else. And the simple fact is, media could have done those same inquiries and reached the same conclusion.
Yeah, well, I have to say, and I think this is a proud moment for News Nation, too, because you don't see this kind of reporting, I don't think, on the mainstream media. You've got the sort of spooky sci-fi shows with the crazy graphics that do the UFO stories. But you don't see real hard journalism questioning the situation, but being fair throughout. So I think this is really like a moment for News Nation that we're standing out, because you just don't see other mainstream media taking this on. Sean Cahill, Alex Dietrich, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Ross, stick around because we're going to keep you where you are. The Pentagon says they can't verify Grush's claims that the government is hiding non-human vehicles, but Congress says it will investigate. And we are going to hear from the lawmaker who plans to lead that effort. That's coming up right after this.
Coming up right after this. On Disclosure tonight. What a great story so far. Swan, your hand is up.
Just can't wait to hear from Burchett, what he has to say. He's
That's
probably
a cover-up!
Expect the announcement of the hearing probably based on this the date at least, next week. Maybe even by Monday. Who knows?
Yeah.
So on Burchett said that he wants to get his hands on a craft.
Yeah.
You shall be touched by the feeling of the UFO.
No, it could be like hands on a hard body. It's like who can keep their hand on there the longest.
Yes.
But it's not looking good for Kirkpatrick.
Well, apparently, Wes, you may have a better chance to keep your hand on that longer if you've got Avi Lube.
Hey, one thing I want to just say about the things going on here tonight, to our audience and to all the people watching, thank you so much. This has been an exciting night to share with so many different people. And if you're enjoying it, we hope you come back. We do shows like this usually 6 days a week.
No, it could be 4, 5, 6 days a week. This week it's 7 days a week. And I've said, when the stuff was kind of going slow, if there's no disclosure, I'll take a day off here and there. But the way it's going, it's like we're on 7 days at this point, and we're not going to stop.
That's right. And there's so much coming out. So Thomas has got a great group and runs a great show. So
not just that, the door is open. If you're out there in the chat, you have something to say, follow the link and the door is open to everybody and anybody who has a question or something to say. This isn't one of those UFO shows where we have a select panel of people who are going to come up and read documents. We have the door open to everybody. And we encourage everybody to come in, whether you like something or not, because hell, Sergio Costa has been going out there freaking bringing out the torch and pitchforks for what Greer has to say. Have we kicked him out? No. Hopefully he'll get the picture, but you know what? As time goes on, this is something we have to come forward and know our government has been keeping this information from us for the longest time. It's the government that's caused this problem. The only way we're going to be able to come together is to have an open forum like this for people like Wes, like Larry, but like Gary, like Syrup, Peter Panda, even who else we have in the back? Everybody else. We appreciate everybody who's been out here so far. Last of the finest, you've had your hand up for a while. Take it, my friend.
Well, I was just going to say one positive that we can all get out of what he said today in this interview is we know what kind of information the government is being told by these whistleblowers. Now we get to sit back and see, what they do with this information.
Yeah, very great point and everything. Syrup, your hand is up next, my friend.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things about Kirkpatrick. One, like Wes pointed out. Hold on. You know what? Can you come back to me? I have my TV on too, so it's repeating what I say.
Not a problem. Peter Panda, your hand is up next, my friend.
Yeah,
sorry about that. Kirkpatrick is one, he's not taking it very serious, right? This guy gave him all the information and he did absolutely nothing with it. And two, I think if these guys don't have their Title 50, why are we even listening to them? Like, from now on, if they don't have a Title 50, just don't even let them talk. We don't care what they have to say. That's just my opinion.
Absolutely.
Yes. Absolutely, Larry. Absolutely. Peter, your hand is still up again.
So, I'm a pretty skeptical person, so I'm going to stick up for Kirkpatrick for a minute here. And why I'm going to do that is because he gave us a statement that he has orbs doing supersonic speeds. And that statement really shook up a lot of physicists I know and aerodynamicists I know, because they looked at that and they said, how is that even possible? Now, Kirkpatrick didn't have to give us that information. So I don't know if he's trying to mislead, or I don't know if he's secretly kind of throwing a few things out the back to make it look like he's misleading. I'm not sure about him quite yet. I'm still open-minded, but he's definitely not covering everything up.
Yeah.
Well, that's strategy to make it look like he's on our team.
And imagine what he would know with that Title 50 about those orbs, huh? It's just so annoying. It's like, man, this guy only has. He's never going to
Why
be able to
haven't
tell
we
us what
heard
we
from
want to know.
Gillibrand about anything of this Title 50? Just after the hearing, it's been what, 2 months? Does he still have Title 50? Does he have it now, or is he still running on Title 10?
Gillibrand's spineless, Sawan. I told you this the other night,
question.
and you know what? I hate to say this. I hate to call her out on it, but I contacted her office. I got a first-hand email back from her, and then the next email that I got was a form letter. It was all bullshit. I read it to you guys the other night on the back end. She's compromised, as is Fitzpatrick. They've served their purpose. They kept it in the news, and now that it's been there long enough, now they step back and it gets handed off to the whistleblowers and it gets handed by Congress.
Wow.
Exactly. I sent my letter to her office about 3 weeks ago, and I haven't heard anything back from anybody in her office.
I'm her constituent. I'm in her district. So she has to answer me. She used to be my neighbor. She lived less than 1/16 of a mile away from me for the longest time. So the fact that I'm getting a runaround from her, it's much.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get back to this interview. What's going on? Let's get back to Brian from News Nation, see what he has to say and where this conversation is going to go.
Claims the U.S. government has a secret crash retrieval program and even has non-human crafts in its possession. I want to talk to my colleague, Joe Khalil, now in Washington. Yes. He has literally been chasing down lawmakers all week for reaction. Joe, tell me, what's your feeling? Because I've seen you walk in the halls of Congress every day, literally chasing some of these guys down. Do you get the feeling that they're taking what David Grush is saying seriously?
I do, Brian. I mean, there's certainly curiosity. And look, the claims that he has made are very serious, right? The Pentagon right away came out and sort of denied it, saying that there is no verifiable information to back up his claims.
Remember, News Nation is based out of the Chicago Tribune. Thank God we have a major news organization like the Chicago Tribune. Granted, it's not something on the East Coast like the Washington Times or anything, but the Chicago Tribune has been a staple of news information going for the longest time. And that's why WGN, which stands for World's Greatest Newspaper, Chicago Tribune, is being covered by News Nation. Now, let's listen to this individual.
But when I was talking to lawmakers this week on Capitol Hill, and we've talked to dozens of them, the sense that I got is there is a serious curiosity about this. A lot of them were fascinated. Many of them say that they want to learn more, and certainly they believe this is a topic worth investigating. The allegations about a secret government program to recover UFO crash debris hidden from the public and from Congress has prompted lawmakers into action this week.
We plan on having a hearing pertaining to that whole issue.
The chairman of the powerful House Oversight Committee, Jim Comer, confirming first to News Nation that his committee will investigate whistleblower David Grush's claims. Mr. Grush alleging the government possesses multiple craft of non-human origin.
We've got something in our airspace that our military does not control.
Congressman Tim Burchett will lead the planned hearing. He points out the U.S. military pilots have been reporting UAP encounters for years. And, the congressman alleges, military intelligence has not been forthcoming with Congress about those interactions.
Define our laws of physics.
And while there's wide agreement in Congress that Grush's claims are worthy of looking into, many are skeptical, like former astronaut and Navy captain Senator Mark Kelly. He tells News Nation he has trouble accepting that the military would mislead Congress in the way that Grush alleges.
I haven't seen any reasons to believe that they're not forthcoming.
And Brian, we included Senator Kelly in there because I did want to get that aspect of it. Certainly there are...
What did you say, Sawan?
When he says that, why can't he not look straight in the camera?
Because he's lying.
Well, we'll figure that out. Apparently, it could be just production value. We'll get to that.
Are lawmakers who are skeptical, but many more. The large reaction that I got was that people want to learn more. And one of the reactions we got was from Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who she's going to be one of two lawmakers, along with Tim Burchett, who you heard in that piece, who's going to be leading these hearings. And she sent us a statement, I'll sort of sum it up, where she basically says, for years, Americans have been curious about UAPs, but for the most part, the default government position has been to leave the public in the dark. So she says she's certainly looking forward to having these hearings and shining some serious light on a lot of these questions, Brian.
And it does appear to be a bipartisan effort at this point, Joe. With the lawmakers who you have spoken to, have you gotten a sense whether any of them have had any sort of classified briefings or may know more about David Grush and his claims than what they're actually letting on?
You know, it's my sense that many lawmakers are just as much in the dark as the general public is, with the exception maybe of a small handful, just from the reactions I was getting. Again, a lot of them really fascinated by Grush's comments and by his claims. And the fact that they had that posture led me to believe that many of them just want to know what the rest of the public wants to know about this. So it was truly a sense that I think they are curious, and that's why they're pursuing these hearings, which, again, we know are going to happen eventually.
I want to bring Ross Coulthart back in. He, of course, is the journalist who did the interview with David Grush. Ross, you've been working on these sort of stories for a long time. 2020 was a big moment when the U.S. government came clean with the program, released those videos, released that Tic Tac video, which we were just talking about, which was a big deal at the time. Do you feel, Ross, like this is a moment we're in now? Do you think this is going to make it onto the timeline, that we are going to learn more, that more whistleblowers will come forward?
I'm talking to other people who are weighing up whether they will come forward. And a lot of whether they come forward depends on how Mr. Grush is treated. They're very nervous. I mean, there are people who have devoted much of their lives to working on the technologies that we're talking about, and they're deeply frustrated that the American public don't know about it, and that a great scientific endeavour could be undertaken to actually make breakthroughs in these technologies. And so I think the thing I really admire is all of these people are patriots. They're not telling me things that should be kept classified. They're not...
You hear that, folks?
Yeah.
Ross is calling everybody out who's coming forward, including Lou, including David, and others, as patriots, meaning we are people who are standing up for what America should be and has maybe lost their way because of this fourth branch of government that's been out there to try and, they think they're above the legislative. They think they're above the judicial. They think they're above the executive, and they have no laws that govern them. But the truth of the matter is, your day has happened, and we're going to move forward on this, no matter what people think. Larry?
Right on, Thomas.
Thank you, sir. Let's continue.
Telling me how to develop these technologies. They're not telling me how to develop weapons. What they're keen to see is almost like a Manhattan Project style development, where America does what it's so good at doing, the exceptionalism of the Apollo moon mission, the achievement of building the nuclear bomb during the Second World War. That's what's needed here. There are technologies, propulsion technologies and energy technologies, if Mr. Grush is telling the truth, and I think he is, that could be developed for not just America's advantage, but also for the world's. And there's a strong patriotic sense here that it's time that this issue was brought out of the darkness. And I do know, I've spoken to people in Congress, senators and representatives, who've privately admitted to me that they do know the truth of what Mr. Grush is talking about. But there's a fear. There's a genuine fear of doing the wrong
Larry,
thing,
can you hear me?
because we are at a very dangerous time in
Justin,
human history.
hold on a second.
You know, we're teetering on the edge of...
Yes, we can hear you, Justin. Swan P, yes? Swan?
Oh, that's cool. Sorry. The broadcast is going on, Justin.
Yeah, just need to make sure you're muted in the background. And if you only want it when you want to talk, bring your microphone on. Absolutely. And if you want to talk, go ahead and press that little hand button to go ahead and bring you up, and we'll bring you up in the queue as the conversation goes on. Let's continue.
Confrontations with Russia and China. And frankly, if anybody's going to win, I want it to be the good guys. I want it to be our American ally. And Australia, my country, is part of that Five Eyes alliance that has done so many good things to help protect the world and keep security. And I guess the people that are weighing coming forward, they feel very strongly that that security, if anything, is imperiled by the continuing secrecy that we're seeing here. They're fearful that unless this is brought out into the open, it's just going to stay hidden forever. And they're saying to me the reason why they think it's being kept secret is because the gatekeepers to this information are terrified of getting into trouble because they have committed crimes. They've committed terrible crimes.
No, yeah, I mean, and it seemed like that's what David Grush's motivation was too in all of this. I want to read part of the Pentagon statement because I think it's important. Obviously, when we first started reporting on this at the beginning of the week.
Coming from Susan Goff. No doubt.
The Pentagon did release a statement that said, in part, to date, ARROW, which is the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, has not discovered any verified...
But they're saying the ARROW has not discovered. They're not saying the DOD has not discovered, meaning they've been keeping it secret from ARROW, but not from the DOD. You have to look at it, each and every exact word that comes forward. Susan Goff is a perfect person who is a skilled person at misinformation and disinformation campaigns, correct, Larry?
I think I heard, Thomas, a correction on this. We may have to change our position. I think she's only speaking for ARROW, and I think that she only has information.
No, she speaks for everything in the United States federal government. She is the specific spokesperson for everything, not just ARROW, but for the DOD and every agency, including NASA, you name it. DOE, you name it. She is the single spokesperson.
So much power? Like,
So on, take it.
Why does she have so much power? And yeah, she's using ARROW as the shield for plausible deniability.
The power isn't in her to decide.
No, the power isn't with her. The power is above her, Larry. And there's people who are above her that are given this ability to be the specific spokesperson for the entire federal government, the entirety of the federal government, even the IRS. She has the authority to make all statements on behalf of the federal government. So who is above her? Who put her in this power? Who is telling her what to say? That's the problem, Larry.
No, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's continue on.
Information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. Joe, you deal with these government groups all the time. What did you make of that statement? I mean,
it's a war of words. It's a war of semantics. And you just have to look beyond the way she carves her conversations, every word that she says, how she pulls it around. Yes, she is a puppet for the Pentagon, but not just for the Pentagon. She is a puppet for this fourth branch of government called the deep state that is above the legislative, the judicial, the executive branches of our government. And it's a fact of what we're dealing with right now. And it's a sad fact.
Thomas, you know, I served in the military for 10 years, and most people that I saw that got promoted and stayed in the military or government for any long period of time, all of them had one thing in common. They would do whatever they were told, no questions asked.
Yeah.
And that's what she's doing.
She is following a rule. She is following her leadership. She is a spokesperson, no different than the spokesperson we've seen many times in the Hunger Games, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. Let's continue on with this one. Actually, Peter, you have your hand up. Continue, my friend.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Thomas, 100%. Susan Gough is a spokesperson for the DOD. She doesn't work for Arrow, and she can't just make statements on her own whenever she feels like it. So there was a meeting from the DOD.
She follows
Exactly.
a area of, this is what she's told to say, and like a soldier, she says it.
Yep, exactly. There was a meeting at the DOD. They knew this was coming, and they decided to send her out and have her only talk about Arrow. So it's follow my right hand as far as I can stretch it out over here and ignore the entire rest of the DOD where these accusations came through. So DOD looks like they made a statement, and Susan Gough can say, refer to our previous statement, but the DOD never made a statement. Susan Gough narrowly
she
only
made a
said
statement,
Arrow doesn't know
and
about
she
this.
carved it down specifically to say, well, Arrow doesn't know about this. Well, what about the rest of the DODs, Susan? That's what we want to know. That's why we say many times at the start of the show, hello, Susan, because we're saying hello to Susan and her cronies and the misinformation and disinformation campaign.
It's a sleight of hand magician trick. Absolutely.
Bingo. Yes.
First thing I thought of was they didn't actually come out and say, no, this isn't true. They just said no verifiable information, Joe.
Well, that was my first reaction too, Brian, and I don't want to speculate too much about it, but I thought that word verifiable information may be doing a lot of work there. So that was my reaction, and as I was taking it to members of Congress, certainly I was also asking about the Pentagon response specifically. And, as we're hearing, right, from a number of people here, there certainly may be some people in the higher echelons, people who have certain security clearances that have some of this information that may just be nervous about releasing it for whatever reason. I can tell you that there is a sense, just to build on what Ross has said, there is a sense among a lot of members of Congress that they feel like the public does deserve to know more, that if this information is available and is out there, that it should be shared publicly, and that for years and years and years, the sort of posture that we're getting from the Pentagon and from other organizations is that the first reaction is just to keep those things quiet for whatever reason. Obviously, there are legitimate reasons to keep certain bits of information classified. And certainly there are worries about what our adversaries have and what they know and what they are capable of. So you can sort of understand some of the reasons for the classification. But what I heard over and over and over again is that, if what these basic claims that Grush is making now, if they are true, then certainly that is worth investigating and worth at least shining some light because that, they think, should be public knowledge.
And Ross, just real quick, because we've got to squeeze a break in here, but I guess if you believe Grush and everything he has said, then the Pentagon statement actually makes sense because he is claiming that Arrow, the group that's supposed to be investigating these things, does not even know about the secret program. So the statement actually lines up with what he's claiming.
Exactly. Arrow does not have Title 50 access, which would give it access to look at special access programs and covert actions. And because of that, it can't do its job.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joe. Ross, don't go anywhere because we've still got a lot of questions for you. We do know that Grush is the man who he says he is, that he has the top secret clearance, but there are some holes in his revelation. Next, I will add some new
3-year blend likely to operate heavy.
Determined
story. He doesn't grieve. I've reacted.
Determined that your allegations are credible. Correct.
No more commercial breaks.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Enton. We are live reacting to News Nation's exclusive one-on-one interview with UFO Pentagon whistleblower David Grush, alleging a secret government program to retrieve alien vehicles. Ross Coulthart is back with me. He did the interview for News Nation, and I want to bring in some more voices also to add to this conversation. We want to get all sides in. Mick West is a key voice in these discussions. He does not believe Dave's story. He doesn't think that it adds up. I also have with me
Hold on, we couldn't hear you, Swan. What were you saying, my friend?
Nick West is going to get owned by Schellenberger and Ross Coulthard on the double takedown.
Let's watch and listen Dick West get his freaking...
Look at the smile. Look at the smile on Nick West. Or on Coulthard right now.
Let's have some fun with this, shall we?
He's about to freaking destroy him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, Mick really does look like that alien picture you put up of him yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
he
that
looks
one.
like
Yes.
Palpatine from in Star Wars, Darth Sidious.
Yeah, exactly. It's Emperor Palpatine.
No, the Emperor Palpatine is the former Pope.
No, Darth Sidious. But whatever. Go on, Tums.
Yeah,
I'm looking for the picture I had of. God. Okay, we'll
Mick.
continue on. Let's go on. Find the picture eventually and bring it up.
Michael Schellenberger, who believes that this has been a long time coming, and Michael does believe David Grush's story. But Mick, I want to start with you. You've seen the interview. Are you essentially calling David Grush a liar?
No, I think he seems to actually believe what he's saying. But the clip you just played there, the complaint and the IG adding credibility to his story, isn't actually true. His lawyer, who just basically parted ways with him a couple of days ago, issued a statement, which is quite unusual, saying that they had been misrepresented and that the whistleblower complaint was actually very narrowly scoped and did not speak to the specifics of the alleged classified information that Mr. Grush is now publicly characterizing. So the idea that it adds credibility to the actual claims he is making isn't true. It's simply credible that he's making some allegation that there was something that was covered up, not what that thing actually was.
Let me bring Ross in because there is some, there's an interesting development. I read the statement too, Ross. I didn't quite read it like that. I took the statement from his lawyer and the former Inspector General to be, look, we did what we were out to do here to get him this far, and we've finished. I mean, what's going on with the lawyer?
Okay, let me just make it very clear here. Mick's unfortunately misconceived what the lawyers were actually talking about. Great respect. The simple fact is the representations that were made by the Inspector General, not by the lawyers, are the ones that are relevant. And the Inspector General of Intelligence Security, and I've confirmed this with Mr. Grush, the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security took evidence under oath not only from Mr. Grush, but also from people inside the legacy UAP program. Witnesses have given evidence in support of David Grush's allegations to the Inspector General, and it wasn't just about the reprisal allegations. Unfortunately, you're going to hear in coming days, I can't talk about it at this stage, but you're going to hear in coming days that Chuck McCullough is still acting for David Grush. He hasn't dissociated himself from his client at all. And in fact, you will see something I'm not allowed to explain, but basically it'll come out in due course that Mr. McCullough is still acting for his client.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that because that'll be an interesting. I just want to get Mick back in. We'll be looking for that because there's been some uncertainty with the lawyer situation. But Mick, I just want to ask you, because you're a skeptic, the thing that I keep going back to is David Grush has these incredible credentials. High-level intelligence officer, spent years keeping these secrets, has now gone under oath, essentially, and could go to jail for lying about some of this stuff. I mean, what would his reason for lying be?
I don't necessarily think that he's lying. All the stuff that he says has been cleared by DOPSA, the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. That doesn't mean that it's actually true. It doesn't mean that he's lying, but it also doesn't mean that it's accurate. The things that have been cleared for release are
I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Yeah. What do you mean if he's not? If you don't believe his story, but then wouldn't he be lying? Explain to me what you mean.
No, he will be mistaken. If someone has told him stuff and he believes that what they have told him, he is not lying. He's just mistaken. And the claims that he's made are quite extraordinary, and they're things that would be secret. The idea that we have aliens are killing Americans, the thing that we've discovered these craft, and the actual details of the analysis that we've performed on this isotopic analysis and things like that. If that was actually an adversary craft, we wouldn't want them to know what type of analysis we performed on them. So he's revealing things that would be secret. They've been cleared by the Department of Defense, which means they're not actually secret, which probably means that they're not actually true.
Interesting.
Wow,
okay, I follow
twisted.
what you're saying now. Michael, I want to bring you in. You've said publicly just this week that you have heard from sources who also back up what Grush has said. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, that's right. And I just want to clarify that I have not said that I believe David Grush. What I've said is that I've spoken to multiple other people with high levels of security clearance who confirm the basic claim that Grush is making, which is that the U.S. government is in possession of over 12 non-human craft. I'm actually not making statements about my own beliefs. I'm reporting what I was told by people with a lot of credibility that are in a position to know and that are very sane and so respected that they have achieved high levels of security clearance.
Let me ask you, Michael, because like the number one tweet that I've gotten with people reaching out to me and commenting and sending me DMs is, Brian, you've fallen for this. This is all a distraction. The government is trying to distract us from something by putting this out there. What do people mean by that, Michael? I mean, have you heard this too?
Oh, sure. And we should be concerned that the U.S. government is engaged in a disinformation campaign. It's engaged in disinformation campaigns since the late 1940s. That's not a conspiracy theory. It's very well documented. We've seen, in fact, the U.S. government has admitted to it. There's a 1978 New York Times Magazine article about U.S. government cover-up. We know from the 2017 New York Times revelations around, including the videos, that the Pentagon had been studying this for decades and covered it up. So, I mean, just to cut to the chase, I think the issue here is that if you're really sure that there's no non-human craft in the possession of the U.S. government, then nobody should have any problem with going to look for them. So really what's the question here is Congress going to finally do what it should have done many decades ago? And that's to stand up to very powerful people in the military and intelligence communities to demand that we should be able to go and search those places where the allegations are being made that there are these non-human craft. I mean, that's the bottom line. Congress needs to find its courage. I would note that, this is coming at a time where we've seen an abuse of power in multiple agencies. I've been reporting on whistleblowers from the FBI. I have more whistleblower stories coming. And we're seeing these agencies that are supposed to be under the control of, as well as the direct supervision of Congress, evading congressional oversight. That's
talking about these agencies going ahead and avoiding the stuff. Wes, you have your hand up, my friend.
My next hero for the evening, Michael Schellenberg. Damn, he's good. That was just so succinctly and well put. And I love the look on Mick West's face right now. It makes me happy.
Me too, Wes.
He's getting destroyed right now. In my opinion.
He's getting freaking destroyed.
Yep. Sorry, that's a moment of pride on my part.
There we go.
Thomas, you got to screenshot that.
Done.
That's why David Grush and so many other people have had to go to become whistleblowers to go directly to Congress because the Aero DOD agency that studies this issue had not been passing that information on to Congress.
Yeah, and I see Mick also nodding his head. It does seem like regardless of what side of this issue you're on, whether you believe it or not, there does seem to be agreement that Congress should investigate and that the American people should know the truth about what is actually known. Mick West, Michael Schellenberger, thank you so much both for being here with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, still coming up just ahead, a Las Vegas family called the police claiming to see an 8-foot-tall creature after a crash in their backyard. The craziest part of this to me is that a police officer also saw something too. This just happened this week. Very weird timing. It came out this week as we do this story on the whistleblower coming forward. Something crashed. What was it? Is the government involved like Dave Grush claims? We're going to show you the bizarre 911 calls and the body camera footage from that night. It's coming up next.
See, Wes,
coming up next.
I told you, Wes, I told you they're going to try to link it together.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But just stepping back so we can enjoy our Mick West moment just a little bit longer.
That was great.
Yeah, I got to just say, it's really nice to see Mick West having to play with adults and see what happens when he has to sit at the big boys table. It's not good for him.
I mean, Dick West? This Dick West? Yes. Crossing his eyes, losing track of who he currently is. Yes, absolutely. Gotta have some fun with it. Yes, I'm having some potato chips. Haven't had lunch, haven't had dinner, but gotta enjoy it as we get through this, going through this historic day. Absolutely. You can tell I just took my prednisone, so I'm feeling kind of woo. Let's have some fun with it, my friends. Yeah.
You got some hands up back here.
What was that, West?
You have some hands up back here.
LM, your hand is up, my friend.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about what West was talking about in regards to the Mick West. Mick West is completely tossing out the fact that Grush took 4 to 5 years of due diligence investigating these claims before he decided to come forward. He basically made it sound like, oh, this guy's just been told a whole bunch of hooey and he bought it hook, line, and sinker. And he's not a liar. He just, he's an idiot who believes these stories. Where we have Grush saying, no, I realized that this could have been a potential, that I was getting bad information. I did my due diligence. I came to a certain threshold where I believe I have done that due diligence to a point that I would even come forward with it. So Mick West can go eat crap as far as I'm concerned, because what he just said was that the guy is an idiot. And that is a huge insult, and he should professionally apologize.
Well, we know Mick West is an idiot. We just have to let it go in one ear and out the other. Don't let it get stuck inside.
No, he should apologize for insinuating that David Grush is an idiot.
Yeah.
That he's gullible and that he just took it hook, line, and sinker from all these different people selling him a hot story.
He's the true fucking idiot.
I think most reporters right now that investigate this stuff, they know what the pushback is going to be when they bring whistleblowers forward. So, someone experienced like Coulthard, he knows, what's going to happen when he brings somebody like that forward. So he's not a novice at this stuff by any means.
And please remember, if you're having a good time, hit that thumbs up. I know we have 876 likes with 960 people watching. A lot of people watching have not given us a thumbs up. Please do us a favor. Give us a thumbs up. And if you're not, at least give us a thumbs down and tell us what you think, honestly. And if you're going to give us a thumbs down, at least tell us in the comments below what we can do to up our game and make this show a lot better for you. Peter Panda, your hand is up, my friend.
Yes, I just wanted to make an analogy here. If we look at the Manhattan Project, there were 3 entire cities built for this project. The world's most renowned physicists, one of the most expensive military projects in history. Not even these guys' wives knew what they were working on. They had their own post office in the city. They didn't even know what they're working on. So we know this infrastructure for the military exists. We know the logistics chain exists. We know that they manufacture these secret technologies on a regular basis. So what's Mick West's argument here? His argument is that this can't be happening because of his emotional feelings about the subject matter. We know the military does all these things, but his emotional feelings about this is the reason why he thinks it isn't true. My argument there is this guy presented some evidence. Let's look at the evidence, follow the chain, take your emotions out of it. And every time I see Mick West come on, the song Send in the Clowns keeps playing in my head. So
you know how I dealt with Mick West on Twitter?
That's awesome.
You know how I dealt with Mick West on Twitter, West? I blocked him. I got tired of it, just like I blocked other people, like Tupacabra too. I got tired of the bullshit.
Well, at this point,
West is actually had his hand up. Go ahead, West.
I just want hats off, Peter. That was a great response, and Send in the Clowns. You just made my night.
Oh, that's what he said. I didn't quite hear the ending of it. That's lovely. I love it.
Absolutely. Last, the finest you were saying?
Oh, I was just going to say, at this point, anybody that is denying all these things that are pretty common knowledge at this point, like Mick West has done, you're just not doing your homework, or you're ignoring it, or both. I mean, he's really ignoring a lot of witnesses that have come forward over the years. I mean, you can't ignore things like the Virginia incident, the aerial school landings. You just can't deny those things.
Absolutely. And the thing with what he's looking at is he's trying to look at the negative aspect of it rather than keeping your mind open to it. Syrup and then RDF Chris. Go ahead, guys.
Not to stick up for the guy or nothing, because I'm not, but there was some common ground. He does seem to want to get to the bottom of things. He wants Congress to do their job, and that's good.
Well, Syrup, if he was going to nod his head, everybody would be like, why is he nodding his head, right? If he was going to shaking his head, I mean, of course he's going to nod his head. I mean,
Yeah, right. I hate to say it, man. I haven't blocked him on Twitter, but he seems to be on the side. Yeah, he wants Congress to do something.
no, he doesn't want Congress, but it's the polite professional thing to do to nod your head.
I suppose you're right. I guess. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Whatever.
And, if all this stuff comes out, he'll be out of a job. So the thing to do, I guess, at this point is to keep denying it.
He just wants to be right. He knows he's wrong, is the gut feeling I have.
The thing is, there's people like us who study the evidence and we come to our beliefs and we state what we really believe. But I'm not sure that Mick West does the same thing.
Exactly.
I'm not sure he's stating what he really believes. And if not, then what is the agenda? And it may be a deep-seated fear that all of this is true. Or it could be some other reason, and I don't really understand it.
Tamisha, go ahead.
Perhaps where Dick Quest is sitting at with his particular position is based on going ahead and literally trying to spread misinformation and disinformation. It's not about bringing out the truth and taking this to the level where it could possibly be. Tamisha?
I just wanted to second Larry. I was thinking the exact same thing. It was like you read my mind.
Yeah, great.
Great conversation so far. Let's get into the part where they're talking about some of the stuff going on in Las Vegas before we bring the show to an end. Here we go.
Okay, a potential UFO investigation was sparked from this emergency 911 call in Las Vegas. On April 30th, a family claimed something crashed in their backyard. The video coming out just this week, they claim they saw non-human, it's the way it was described, beings walking around, and whatever it was, it looked right at them, they say. The officers who went to the home also reported seeing a flash in the sky. That's significant. Right before this 911 call came in, here's a look at police body camera video from that night.
This might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky? I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too.
Okay, News Nation correspondent Nancy Liu has more on this. Nancy, I got to tell you, the guy just sounded so calm to me. That's what I like. He didn't even sound excited, and he was basically saying he saw an alien. What do you make of it?
Elsewhere in the call, though, he truly sounds scared and anxious. And also the police body cam, you hear the bewilderment and a little bit of fear in the voices of the officers. So it's hard to know what to believe, but we should tell you that there was a follow-up a few days later with the police going to the home of that family, and the family reported seeing government-looking vehicles in the neighborhood. They also reported seeing men in suits and dark glasses. So we
now remember, if they're going and bringing this information out, and it comes true that this was a hoax, calling 911 and reporting a hoax is against the law, and they will serve time.
I hope if it is a hoax, he does face time, because he's trying. This is the problem. This hoax, what he just did, this childish act, is going to be linked up to Grush. That's why they're doing it right
I know,
after.
but look at Richard Dolan, Linda Moulton Howe, a lot of people who spread a lot of misinformation, disinformation.
And like guys, it is a hoax because James Fox said it's a hoax, and the circle thing.
He said it could be a hoax. He didn't say it is, right, Wes?
Exactly.
The circle landing thing, he said, that was there before on Google Earth. Someone found it on Google Earth before he claimed it was.
But again,
he said
guys,
it was part of the craft.
Listen, I just think about this. Don't be going after an 18-year-old and his family. I don't care what they're doing. I know you're not, but I'm just saying that's not the kind of community we need to be.
No, we need to have an open mind. And if some people go ahead and mistake things and think there's something more than there, that's a mistake. That's true.
And we don't want to be like the people on Twitter who tear down people and dox them. That's not the kind of people we need to be.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm not saying that, West. I'm saying the police needs to take responsibility for.
Well, but there's no reason to call for people to be thrown in jail for stuff that we have no proof one way or another about.
Well, if it is a hoax,
all right, let's continue on with the story, shall we? Here we go.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Enton here with journalist Ross Coulthart. Before we go, we want to have a few final thoughts with Ross. You know, we watched your incredible special, just eye-opening. We've talked about it for the last hour now, Ross. I'm left wondering, you know, if there's really nothing to hide here, what is the harm in investigating? Why doesn't the government just do an investigation, prove everybody wrong? If they want to prove everybody wrong, why not just prove everybody wrong?
Great question, Brian. I mean, the simple fact is Dave Grush has called their bluff. It's time to put up or shut up. If they think he's lying, send him to jail. Prove it. He says he's telling the truth, and he wants you, the American public, to know all about what he knows about. And I think it's incumbent now on Congress to do its job, and also the media. It's got to start asking questions. It's time to start poking a stick at this huge secret, because after all, it is the biggest story in human history. Are we alone? It's quite extraordinary that we probably are not.
It's hard to wrap your mind around, but if even presidents don't know, if even the highest levels of our government don't know, how do we break through?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I actually detect, I'm an eternal optimist, Brian, and I do detect a willingness. There are really good people in your defence and intelligence services, people who've helped a journalist like me. Frankly, they want this out. They laugh at the idea that there's any justification for the continued secrecy. They think you've got a right to know. It's time the secrets were released and told. And more importantly, it's time for Congress, men and women, Republicans, Democrats, bipartisan, to take this issue up and run with it. They're too frightened of the whole military and intelligence community because an enormous amount of their voter support comes from that lobby. But it's time to stand up and ask questions. That's all Mr. Grush is asking. Well, ask questions, investigate.
Maybe this is the moment, Ross. We'll see. You know, we've already got the House Oversight Committee saying that they're going to have a hearing, so we'll see where it goes. Incredible work, Ross. It was just an eye-opening interview. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. Really glad that we were able to have this open, honest conversation. It's what sets News Nation apart, covering a topic like UFOs in a fair, objective way, being respectful to believers, being respectful to skeptics, regardless of what side you're on. I think we showed you tonight it is definitely a conversation worth having and a topic we will continue to cover. Have a good night. We'll see you on Morning in America.
What a wonderful story tonight. What a great conversation for everybody to jump into. Holy cow.
Brian did a wonderful job. I mean, hats off to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think all the reporters really shone tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All certainly did. Our audience has been there. The panel has been there. My goodness. It's been such a great conversation to have. And if there's people who are still doubting, jump over to Goofon. He's got a great panel of 10 people up on the screen right now who will tell you exactly what's not going on and the reasons why they believe this is all a hoax. And if you're a hoaxster, Sergio, jump over there. They may have a room for you as well, because we're here to go ahead and try and look at this, keep an open mind, and understand where the truth is, knowing that Greer and the other people and the other hoaxsters who are out there are in this for the money, and they're in this to go ahead and try and tear down where this can potentially go.
Really, hats off to them. And they went 100% with investigative, actual journalism. Shame on the New York Times and WAPO for not taking up the story.
But wasn't the WAPO supposed to come out with a story today? Did they not bring it out?
They didn't. And the New York Times, they cowered like freaking cockroaches and ran for the hills.
Good. I'm happy about that. Last of the finest. Your hands up, my friend.
Oh, I was just going to say that in the video from the Las Vegas UFO, it looked like, to me, it was traveling from right to left. It looked like it was like going up at an angle instead of coming down. Some people have said they thought it was a meteor, but I've never seen a meteor that color, and it just
actually,
happened to be.
West Decker and other people in the chat have seen meteors of that color, right, West?
Well, I don't know if it was a meteor that I saw. That was my whole thing. The one that I saw behaved a little bit odd for a meteor. So, but I'm open to the possibility that it could have been a meteor, but I have seen something like it.
And just so happens they caught it on their body cam.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of odd timing to me.
Well, it's pretty cool that they were able to bring it out. RDF Chris, your hand is up.
Oh, yeah, Thomas. I just wanted to say that was excellent. That was 2 hours of real news.
2?
And,
oh, my God. It's been a lot longer than 2.
No, but I mean, from their point of view, right? For them. And that I feel like that really put a line in the sand. That's really something that people are going to have to answer to. And it feels like I was waiting for something to happen where they were going to pull back, where it was going to become less than the anticipation. But that was exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
They really put it on the line. It was great. And they went back. They were talking about Roswell. They were talking about the Mussolini Bell. They were talking about Maelstrom. I mean, that was great.
So many great things. You never thought they were going to bring it up, and they all did.
And see, here's what the government's good at. They're good at making you chase your tail. You know, I played the government game for 10 years, you know, waiting on VA disability. And, you know, it was always some other paperwork you had to submit or something like that. So what they do to these whistleblowers is they say, well, you can't talk about it because it's top secret. So they get to sit back and say, well, we have no evidence because you can't tell us things. So we don't have to address it. You see what I'm saying? So it's a continuous circle for people who want to whistleblow.
Yeah. Well, those who blow whistles and those who try to bring forward the truth. Larry, your hand is up, my friend.
Well, I just have some notes that I took. First of all, eyewitnesses have come forward to Aro in support of Grush's claims. We heard that tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We also, what I took note of, it was encouraging to me that patriots exist in great number. I was afraid that might not have been true, but it sounds like we have some hope there in our government. Wow. I love the line verifiable is doing the heavy lifting in that sentence. Yeah. And then finally, I want to leave you with this. I mean, not leave you, but finish this part of my thing with, we might actually get to see Bob Lazar's sports model, the actual one.
You never know what's going to happen. No, Bob needs to come. If Bob is truly a whistleblower, he needs to come forward.
Yeah, he does.
No question. If he's not a whistleblower, the truth will set him free.
There's no reason why he should not come forward. I'm not going to buy this. Oh, I don't want to be in the public spotlight. Come on, Bob. This is your time.
You've been in public spotlight more than enough, right?
Yeah.
Shit or get off the pot is what I'll say. Patrick Fogarty, your hand is up, my friend.
I don't mean to sound like a pain in the butt, but did we get a whistleblower today? We got someone that said, I know a lot of people that know some stuff, and we've heard a lot of that in the past. I'm not saying that what we're going to get is going to be nothing, but at this point, I'm still standing there saying, man, you've come to the table with some really great stories, but let's see some evidence. And I understand that Grosh has a great background, as did Lou Elizondo, and neither of these people do I doubt, but enough of this, I'm afraid of losing my life stuff. If you're truly empathetic to the cause of humanity to release this information, it's time. It's time that somebody steps to the plate.
It's going to come down to our government, isn't it? It's going to come down to the Senate and the House of Representatives to force the DOD to unclassify this information. If they can, then the information will be set forward. So on.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's easy for anyone to say, whistleblower, step forward and spill your beans, but you're not the one that's going to face jail time. The DOD will love nothing. As soon as you cross that line, the DOD will love nothing to storm into your house, storm into your apartment, lock you up, put you in chains, and lock you up in some federal government, federal jail.
Yeah,
that no one will know where you're.
And
where
Patrick, out of all the people that I know, you should be familiar with what happens when you break secrecy.
Yeah, don't you have NDA agreements, Patrick?
I just want to point one thing out that Ted Kaczynski had allegedly killed himself yesterday while in federal
We'll talk about that kind of stuff.
Don't you have NDA?
That ties in with this. I do, and I don't have anything to know about that. As we had said earlier, there's certain things that I don't know about that I can openly discuss since I don't know about them. If I was exposed to them, there's certain things I can't discuss.
Yeah.
But one thing that I do think is that
then discuss it all. You have the right. You're a whistleblower. Discuss everything you know.
No, there's certain things.
There you go. So you have double standards yourself. You're saying that they should bring forward the stuff that they can, but you yourself have things that you know that you can't bring forward. You can't play both sides of the coin, Patrick.
I'll tell you this. Okay, so the things that I know have nothing to do with what I want to know. If they were, I wouldn't be here tonight. And everything that I know that I couldn't necessarily discuss, there is not a single person that's in this back panel here that hasn't already said whether they believe and they might doubt, or they've heard and they fully believe. So what I can tell you is that a lot of people on the right path, but I don't know much more than anybody else when it comes to that. A lot of what I did was drug interdiction stuff. I happen to have seen stuff that I wasn't supposed to because I was a pilot. But that being said, I'm not going to hold secrets from you guys that I don't have to hold. All I do want to say, though, is that we have to get to a point where somebody brings something to the table of value other than words. Like I love it, but
yeah, I think they're trying to do it by the book, though, right? That's why it's
the book has fucked us. The book has done nothing but screw us, man.
No,
90 years.
I agree, but it seems like they're trying to play their cards by the book so no one gets fucked.
If they don't play it by the book, then they're going to end up like Snowden and have to live in Russia when they prefer to live in the country that they love.
This is a warning.
Not a sacrifice people should have to make. We have government officials who can do this for us and need to be doing it. We shouldn't be asking people to sacrifice the rest of their lives. We should be asking the people whose jobs it is to do their fucking job and tell us what we need.
And that's the thing with Congress. We need to strengthen that power of the whistleblower power. My point is not that we need to make people sacrifice things against our national security. Our national security
really quick. If you want to call it, West, you have the talking stick. Control the chat. Remember, anyone who's coming up, you have to drop your hand. Otherwise, it's not going to look good. So on that note, I need to take Cupcake out front.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Patrick. You can continue.
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. I had to go close my sliding door. No, I'm not looking for anyone to do anything that's against any NDAs they have or put their family at risk. What it comes down to is you have a lot of people that have information that is not necessarily classified. And when we saw a year ago, when we saw Lou go over to Italy, I knew immediately what this was. But I'm scratching my head saying, what does it matter? This is information we already have. The funny thing is when this rolled out, they're calling this guy a whistleblower. This was information that everybody already knew. This wasn't anything new. This was the Mussolini bell was something that has been rumored. All he did was he added substance to a rumor.
No, whistleblower to us publicly is different than whistleblower to Congress. Yeah. He gave actual classified information.
Because of him, we have a House Oversight Committee hearing where his claims are going to be tested by the House Oversight Committee. He's going to be brought in to testify. That is huge.
And what makes him a whistleblower is the fact that he was retaliated against, which we do have evidence of from the Inspector General report. So I think we should give him time and give him credit for what he's doing. All right. Next person.
I'm just excited.
Yeah, no,
I'm just excited.
I hear you. Peter, you're up next.
Yes, my take on this is this. Garouche was in the right place. He was in the right programs to know what he said he knows or what he was told. And we've put him in the right time frame to know what he said he was told or what he said he knows. So his story is internally consistent. I don't find any glaring problems with his story. I think it all matches up. The only thing I'm wondering about is whether the people that told him this were accurate or not, and if there's another level of person behind the person who told him this. So is this once removed, twice removed, 3 times removed? I'm not sure about that, but Garush is not some guy that stumbled on a document who works for the agriculture department who says, I found this UFO document. He's in the right place. He's in the right programs. He has a physics background. He's looking at this from exactly where he would be, and he would be in a position to get the information he's telling us. And I believe that he went on record with this in a way that makes prison an actual option if he wasn't telling the truth.
That's a great point. Thank you. All right, John, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of quick points, because I know there's a lot of people that want to talk right now. Number one, where has Senator Gillibrand and Marco Rubio been this past week? Unless you guys saw something that I haven't seen, because I can't watch everything. They've been kind of quiet.
They've been silent, John. They haven't said a word.
Well, I know that's my point. Let me just finish what I was going to say. They need to back him up 100% on primetime mainstream news. They need to back him up. And what we're going to need, even though this guy is awesome and what he's doing is amazing, we're going to need somebody very high up. If it's not the president, then we're going to need the Secretary of Defense or DNI Haynes to go on TV like CNN, Joe Rogan, probably all of them, including ABC, NBC, and the New York Times, and say officially, yes, I back up this guy, Grush. Yes, he's an honorable guy. Yes, he's telling the truth. Everything he said is legit. It's all true. You can trust him. If they don't do that, then this is going to get all swept under the rug and downplayed, and he's going to get destroyed by the gatekeepers. Because remember, not just for national security reasons, they don't want Russia, China, or North Korea, or Iran, or Syria to get a hold of this. They don't want any psychopath or mentally disabled person to ever get a hold of any of this. They don't want anybody to go to prison for killing or, ruining people's lives. And they definitely, the petro industry does not want to be made obsolete. Neither does solar, wind, or battery industries. They're very powerful. They don't want any of this out ever. And the evangelicals that are high up in the Air Force do not want this out because they believe this is demonic. And from what we've been hearing, they're willing to die over this. The evangelicals are willing to stake their life on this to prevent disclosure because they believe that even discussing it, because they know they're telepathic, they think that even talking about these NHIs will bring them into our 3D reality more and will bring about the apocalypse or some kind of crazy shit. So they don't want, and they're very powerful, very wealthy, very well-connected people, these evangelicals. You don't want to fuck with them. They will murder people over this. They won't hesitate for a second because they think they're doing it for God. So I want to know what is going on. What do you guys think is going to happen now with Grush? Is he going to get swept under the rug and disappeared or ruined? Or do you think that DNI Haynes and Secretary of Defense are going to come and back him up 100%?
It's going to be moving forward. We can't take a look at this and say, how are we going to get brought back? More importantly, how are we going to be moving this forward?
John, you got your answer. The House Oversight Committee hearing is going to have him, and he's going to be testifying.
I hope, Sawan, I hope from the bottom, and I'm sure a lot of us all over the world, we all hope that this comes out. We're going to need high up people to come and back him up, though, including in other countries like the Five Eyes. We're going to need, and I don't think this is going to happen. They're much more secretive even than we are. But I think we're going to need high ups in the Australian and British, also from Italy, from China, other people to back up and say that, hey, I don't know Grush personally that much, or I never met him because I'm from China or Russia or Italy. But the basic premise of what he's saying is correct. We need those people to go on international news sites, not just American news sites.
John, I don't know if you heard, but tell me, they were going to have a second hearing in Brazil, and it was shut down by one of the gatekeepers.
There you go.
Now it's been green lighted again. So those hearings in Brazil are going to happen. Someone higher up, I guess, green lighted it to go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
I hope you're right. I just think we should never underestimate the vast power and wealth and connections of the gatekeepers ever.
Well, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great people. I want to go through this last round of people with their hands up in the back before we bring this to a close. Peter Pander, your hand is up, my friend. Peter? Tamisha. Actually, go ahead, Peter.
No, I didn't think I had the hand up there.
All right, Tamisha, your hand is up, my dear lady.
Is he going to have to testify under oath?
Yeah, of course. He already has testified under oath. With the stuff he brought forward to the ICIG was Intelligence Community Inspector General. He was already put under oath, and if he brought anything out that wasn't the truth, he's subject to, if you want to call it, prison and huge fines.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure, so that's why I asked.
LM, your hand is up, my friend.
Yeah, thank you guys. I think one thing that we need to remember is that there's an order of operations here. If you're going to have the OUSDI, ODNI, and DOD come out and support Grush, that means they're effectively saying RO did not do what they were supposed to do. I think what you're going to see is Kirkpatrick removed or resign first. RO will be dissolved down. They probably won't.
Well, you know what? RO was supposed to be, if I can jump into this really quick, LM, RO was supposed to be the investigative arm of Congress in the DOD. And if the people who have been put in place to run that organization aren't following what Congress wants, Congress has the ability to pull them out and get people in who will do the bidding of Congress and not the DOD.
That's kind of what I was saying. And I think that that's an important order of operation that has to take place before a DOD or Haynes or Lloyd comes forward and backs.
But here's the thing. Haynes is being kept out of the information. She's being kept out of this information by the people who are called the weebies, meaning we be here before you, we be here after you, you're elected official, you have a time stamp on you, you will expire and we won't, and we are going to keep this information from you going forward. And those are the people that need to get identified and broken down.
I agree. And I think that they need to look really hard into what Grush's claim was, that he turned over evidence to Kirkpatrick and Kirkpatrick refused to bring it forward to Congress.
Absolutely. Next person up, last of the finest. Thank you, sir.
Well, I think the biggest takeaway from the interview tonight was we know what kind of information is going to be told to the senators and Congress. And now we get to sit back and see what they do with that information. I think a lot of people have lost faith in, Gillibrand's group, looking into it at this point. And it'll be interesting to see what the senators do with it.
In other words, let's see where the House of Representatives take it. It's been clearly fumbled in the Senate on multiple times. And I think the House is where the power is definitely going to be. Last person bringing up comments tonight, RDF Chris.
Okay, Thomas, I just wanted to say one takeaway that I had, and that is the Cold War aspect of this. That I feel like that's what's been driven home to me, particularly the Chinese aspect. I imagine that the Chinese are in a position where they're going to make advances, and that's why this is really
China,
that's why
Russia.
That's why we're getting
different
disclosure.
Parts. Yes.
Yeah, I imagine that they're doing something more akin to a Manhattan Project, where they're sequestering scientists, sequestering people, putting them underground. They're doing something
it's
major.
Been said that China has over 1 million people working on this, and how many?
That's really
a
what's
million
going on
people
here.
in China versus how many hundred people in the United States? We have a problem, to say the
we're going
least.
public because we have to compete with them, and the only way we can do it is through our capitalist model, and so that's what's happening.
Absolutely. Remember, everyone, catch this show again. We're on weeknights at 7 p.m. Pacific, as many nights as we can. We're on when additional news is happening. This has been one heck of a historic day. Last comment for the night coming from Patrick Fogarty.
Yeah, I just want to bring up one thing about the Ukrainian conflict and something that was said early on. Is that okay? I'm not crossing any
Well,
lines with that,
here's the
am I?
thing about Ukraine. I can tell you from the highest level we could possibly get, the information we've been getting out of Ukraine with regards to the science on UFOs and UAPs is science. It's real. I know Avi Loeb is trying to take it down, but the fact of the matter is we have some of the best science in the world on this subject coming out of Ukraine, and it isn't being censored. With that, Patrick.
Okay, so what I wanted to point out was that to be able to justify using a massive new weapon, something that is unseen and is beyond the pale of what we did in 1942, we have to extinguish, we have to exhaust everything that we have available to us. And what we're seeing right now is Vladimir Putin use every single shell, every single round, every mortar that he has sitting in every basement, so that he can justify what he wants.
Well, they've
to do
gone
next.
back to stuff from World War II and putting additional wings on the stuff to make it go longer, because all their smart stuff, they've run out of it.
Exactly. So
And it's
I think
ineffective.
what we might be looking at is a task of the BRICS group, which, if we look at it, you have Brazil, you have Iran, you have Russia, you have China, you have all these other countries that ironically all have this technology that we're afraid of. So I think what they're trying to do is create a situation where they can justify the use of whatever this new technology is that Russia is sitting on. And the last thing that the U.S. wants
If
is for
Russia had
to roll
it,
that out.
if Russia had it, Patrick, they already would have used it. Let's be honest.
But here's the thing: how do we roll it out? How do they roll it out without shocking the world? If Russia rolled it out, you know that we will do it too. So they want
if they can,
want
but I don't think they've got it, honestly.
No, I hope not. I pray they don't.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, it's been one heck of a great show today. My goodness. What a great show. What a great opportunity to talk about disclosure. I want to thank everybody for your super chats tonight, including Jenny Novak, Daryl Zernick, Jake Knott from State Farm, Brodog J, Lord William, Jake Knott from State Farm, Tim Williams, Wildcat Mahone, Ion Spam, Eyes on Spam again, 808 Roadkill, Derek Galloway. Thank you very much, sir. Eli McGinnis, Buddy and Spiffy, Tin Man 105, Ion Spam again, Daniel Bogusowski, Speak Life, Nikki X1, UFO Story and Majestic Hugh Clarence, Mr. John Music, Eddie Fong, Eddie HS, W. Decker, Ramsey A, Larry Gurnd, Ion Spam again, Firefly, and it's starting this whole thing off tonight was Stoned Ape. What was that? What am I hearing? I don't know. Kazoo? Really? What? We're supposed to laugh at Greer? Thank you for letting me know. My goodness. I want to thank everybody for all your love and support tonight. It's been a great show. Holy cow. What a wonderful day. More importantly, I want to thank for the people who are still in the chat right now, because it wouldn't be the same without any of you who are out there. Who are we talking about? Let's take a look and see who's still out there. Zoom that up a little bit. I want to thank A. Phil for, let's go ahead and change out the music like I usually do. Too little doubt. I want to thank A. Phil, Alex Fraga, Amiga Rules, Andy, Ant-Man, Armando Torres, Austin Gilbert. Bones has been here. You need to start digging bones and look for some truth, my friend. Brown Dot Flop, Cable Guy, Shedwin Mendoli. Hang out, guys. I know there's a lot of new people who've been here. Show up again when I have a chance to go ahead and give you some wrenches. I'll be happy to do it. Chill Pill's been here. Circus Brains, you deserve it, my friend. David Warski, Digger Dog, Eddie Rodriguez, Eli McGinnis, Evan B, Firefly. Thank you for being here so much. Haley's here, along with Indrid Cold. I got that wrong again. Sorry, Indrid. Jacques Laundry, all the way from the great state of Quebec. Jason Parker, Jenny Novak, John Music, Carl's been here, Kelly Burrow, Kim and Ari, last of the finest, Lord William, Marcus Mandel, Maraxatech, good to see you, Maraxatech. It's been a while. Mick has been here, Mr. Catfish 2100, Owen from Ohio, Peter Panda, Raven Creek Charms, Rogers here, Sierra Multimedia, Mr. Good Looking all the way from Hong Kong. Good to see you, my friends. Skockets is here, Sully, The Observer, Thor Panku, Tin Man 105, Todd Turner, and Trouser Meat. Thank you for coming on. Wait, there's two more. There's Yellow Tommy Tanker, also known as Andy, and leaving West for last. My God, Wes Decker. Thank you for coming out today, my friend. What happened to my chat? What did I do? Something screwed up here. Let's fix that.
A new super chat that just hit.
We got another one came in. Holy cow. Let's go ahead and, well, we have one last super chat coming in. There we go. Let me fix that. Coming in from Kira IAM. They are here. Thanks for the great show in 11:11. What a wonderful time to look at the clock for everybody. Holy cow. And that takes us back to the people in the chat who have been here hanging out with us from the beginning of the show. I want to thank LM. Thank you for being here tonight, LM.
Yeah, no, great job, Thomas. Thank you.
Larry Gurnd. Welcome, Larry. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thomas, I hope you'll agree the human adventure is just beginning.
Oh, it's just a start, my friend. Holy cow. Also want to thank Last of the Finest. Thanks for coming out today, my friend.
Oh, glad to be here. I just hope that, this whole event that happened with Mr. Grouch, I hope it continues to go forward.
Oh, yeah. We got plenty of other whistleblowers to come
forward. I hope we don't get back to square one. I'm really hoping and praying something comes out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. Yellow Tommy Tanker, also known as Andy. Thanks for coming out tonight, my friend.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. Been a really tiring night, but yeah, what a great show.
Absolutely. Patrick Fogarty, thanks for coming out tonight, Patrick.
It was another great night to be here with you guys, and only let your dreams be limited by your expectations, and your expectations by your dreams. We're up to some really fun stuff coming up next week. I hope to see you all here. So,
thanks for coming out. Good looking. Guys. Can't wait to see you later. Absolutely. Also, we have in the back, let's take a look and see Peter Panda. Thanks for coming out tonight, Peter.
A fantastic show, Thomas. I think the psychology of the world shifted a little bit this week.
You better believe it. RDF Chris, thanks for coming out.
Awesome show. Herculean effort, Thomas.
Oh, you better believe it. Long show again, but it's worth every minute of it. Swan Patel, thanks for coming out, Swan, and for your passion and fury.
Phenomenal show, Thomas, covering it for 3-4 hours.
Yeah, it would have been great having Rob here, but hopefully everything is going well with him as well.
Yeah, he's probably dealing with this,
Oh, yeah, lots of stuff going on. We love you, Rob. Hope to see you soon. Sarah, thanks for coming out tonight, my friend.
Oh, thank you, Thomas. Amazing job tonight, man.
And Tamisha Bertrand, my fair lady, thanks for coming out.
Thank you. It was a phenomenal show, and I'm really excited and blessed to be going through this and doing it with you guys. You're all amazing.
Have you ever seen a show that's so thankful for the people who are a part of it, Tamisha? Never.
It's a great community.
Absolutely. It's a wonderful community. Absolutely. Thank you for coming out tonight, Tamisha. And then saving best for last, or if we usually say here, West for last. Thanks for coming out today, Wes Decker. It's been a pleasure spending this time with you.
Oh, no, thank you. It's been really great. And want to thank Gary again for all he was doing for us in the chat, and wish he could have been with us on the show. But Gary, we love you.
And hopefully he's still awake. We'll find out shortly. And as we usually say at the end of every one of our broadcasts, eyes open, no fear, be safe, everyone.
Go back to Party City where you belong.
Absolutely. And remember to go outside and look up and come back inside. And remember, lock your doors. The cow is out of the barn. Good night, everybody. Love you. See you soon. Good night. Bye-bye.